but maybe touch on why we don't anymore because of the drought and some of the issues why we can't produce the pounds. We're even, if I'm understanding right, we're even losing fish because we're trying to overcrowd, produce more pounds in areas that, in facilities that we don't have the room for. And then maybe also a question for you, Drew. Did we get the local government down there on board with some letters written?
We have a letter from Wayne County. I don't think Dennis Blackburn is really happy about it, but he has it in his possession, and we just need to go pick it up. And so we're working on that. The other question was about why don't we have enough pounds? Okay.
Yeah, I know why, but maybe some of the council doesn't understand quite why.
The simple answer is, our hatcheries, we did a risk assessment and a 20-year kind of inventory of our hatcheries, where they're at, what they need, what they mean to us. And we have hatcheries that are facing, urbanization threats, water withdrawal threats, TMDL issues, and just all around flow reductions because of the drought and because of surrounding development. And Loa is the most secure water as far as flow that we have. And the temperature is 59 or 60 degrees, and it has 11.5 CFS. That, if you're a fish guy, that means that you could raise 350,000 pounds of fish every year. And the other thing is, and the managers or people in this room, our biologists can speak to this, our management strategies are different than they used to be. I think strawberry is a great example where, we raise fish, to meet the need of our fisheries in that specific, water. And we did the math recently, and if you look at all of the species of fish we raise, all of the sizes of fish that we need to do the job, all of the sterility of those fish, all of the times of stocking, you do the math, it's about 1,500 different combinations of various fish species, sterility, size, to be stocked in certain waters at a certain time in order to do what that water requires in order to be successful. And with all of those situations, it's we're hitting the edge. I mean, this year we made some tough choices, and over the next 5, 10, 15 years, those choices are going to get even tougher, and it's really going to impact our ability to serve the public.
We're at the point where, I think internally we talk about, it'd be nice to do something from a hatchery perspective. Let's bring on a new species of fish or raise a new size class of fish. And hatcheries push back to us and say we can't. We are out of room to do it. And, in terms of diversifying our fisheries, providing management options down the road, having some extra space would give us some flexibility.
Guys, I might add 350,000 pounds of fish injected into the system. It's huge, and it's needed, and it takes the pressure off those other hatcheries, which increases the quality of their fish because they're not overcrowded like they would normally be.
I don't think this has been said, maybe it has been said, but we raise about 1.1, 1.2 million pounds of fish right now. So adding 350,000 pounds to that's a tremendous boost in production. That's like a 1/3 or so increase. I see, Larry, you got your hand up.
Yeah, this donation deal, when you send the information out, can you elaborate on how that works, where the funds would go? If somebody wanted to contribute, whatever.
Good question, Larry. I'll make that clear right now. You can bring a donation into your regional office if you want to by hand, just in an envelope with the note says this is to support the Loa Reconstruction Project, period. You can mail it into this office, attention aquatics section, and we'll get that. And what I need and what I've been asked by the director's office is to, like I said, the money's unimportant, but I need to get a list of people.
Does this go into a contributed account?
Yeah, it'll go into a contributed account. Thanks, Randy. That will be earmarked specifically for Loa hatchery reconstruction, and we'll just hold it there and see what the legislature does. What's critical to me in the next 2 to 3 weeks is having that list. And, what I'd really like to present to the legislature, if you guys would, support this, is a list of individuals and groups. I think it really matters that they see just how many people are out there that care about this, if you guys do.
Larry, you can't see it, and I think TJ asked something about a donation letter. The reason they did that, after Drew presented to Utah Anglers on Tuesday, I just went home and typed up a letter, and so everybody that's sitting here at the table has a letter that's typed up that just I ran it by Drew before I passed it out. And it just basically says, hey, this is my name and this is how much I want to contribute. And Drew honestly said, if you want to just put a nickel in the envelope and get it to him, that's plenty. But those were passed out today to those of us that are sitting at the table. It didn't come from Blue Ribbon. It didn't come from Drew. It came from Rex. But it's a way for us that are sitting here to go, hey, I got $1 in my pocket, and I can put my name on that list. So if any of you, I'm more than happy to send that out and just attach it in case you want to see it. It's nothing fancy. It's just one paragraph, basically. I support getting the Loa hatchery up and running. So, and I didn't get a chance to tell anybody here because we passed them out while Drew was talking, but this came from me because we didn't have a formal proposal from Blue Ribbon, but I thought maybe you guys would like to see that. So that's where that came from for those of you that are here.
Yeah, if you could get that over, that would be great, because I want to share that with the high country folks also.
The only thing you'll have to do on it, Larry, is I've got November 10th at the top, but you can put that in, change that pretty quick if I send it out as a PDF. So I'll get that out to you at the end of the meeting.
Terrific.
Any other comments from those of you that are online?
What's that say, Randy?
Dave said, does anyone on the council have ties to SFW to get their support?
I've been engaged with, and thanks, Dave, for that. I've been engaged with SFW as well, both their present leadership and then their past leadership, Don Pay specifically. And they're going to donate something. I don't know what that is as a group. They're going to engage in this legislatively, whatever that means. And that's from Don Pay's own lips. So that's done. So what that means, I don't know. I really don't. I don't know, what engaging a monster like that does for this issue. I think it's at this point more important that the anglers, if the worth is there from our work that we've done in the Division of Wildlife, and I'm talking about all the regions and the staff, then it's important for the anglers to step up on their own and not rely on SFW to get this done.
Okay.
This is a matter of showing up, period. We had 2 people show up and no anglers showed up. Right? Our private industry is important. Our private aquaculture in the state is important. But to shut down an entire fishing industry or to jeopardize an entire fishing industry in the state for 2 private hatcheries is just uncalled for. Like, we just have to show up. More than the nickel that Drew is asking for, we have to show up. Period.
Drew, if you will, if it's okay with the council, I will personally show up at that legislative session if you can, or committee, and I'd love to have Jordan with me if he'd be willing to do it, because he's been there before and might be able to guide me a touch. But if you'll let me know, I will give you my word.
I will go.
What was the objection of the private folks to this project?
Great question. I'll be as honest as I can. Dave, you probably have more insight than I do. It comes down to, there's two things that they brought up to these key legislators. There's competition and regulation. We don't regulate private aquaculture, so push that aside. We do, work with them on where they can put certain species and certain strains of fish, but we don't regulate their industry. There's a difference. Our concerns of what they do are ecological. You don't put fertile rainbows in a stream or a drainage where we have cutthroat. You just don't. We have recovery programs that dictate what fish can go there. So that's our amount of involvement in them and how they operate their business. Department of Agriculture does that. That brings you to the other side, and it's competition. They raise 107,000 pounds a year combined. That's their total production. They sell those fish to private pond owners. That's what they do with their fish. We stock public waters. They stock private ponds. Now, we do buy fish that we can't raise. We buy them every year. We buy somewhere around $300,000 of fish a year.
From them?
No, from them too. We're buying fish from 2 private growers in Utah.
These are primarily warm water species.
Hybrid striped bass.
Oh, okay.
And we buy those, well, because they raised them for us and we need them for our management purposes. The trout, number one, they don't have enough trout. We put together a contract based on a legislative bill that went through in Senator Noel about 6 years ago, Randy? 5 years ago?
It was, I think, 2019.
2019.
Yeah.
And for us to pursue a contract for a 1-year trial to buy trout from someone, and Noel's intent was that we buy, this gives private aquaculture in Utah an opportunity to sell trout to us. So we put a contract out, put the bid to work on the ground. They were way too expensive and didn't have the pounds to fulfill the contract. So we ended up buying fish from a guy in Idaho. So, their competition and what they can and can't provide us isn't real. They sell out their fish every year, let alone they don't have the complexity and the timing and the different sizes and strains that we would need to do any work. So but it's competition, which is unreal. And then it's this regulation that they keep bringing up, which again is in our authority.
And I think I'd argue the competition part is unreal as well, because they sell to private citizens for their backyard pond, that kind of thing. That's not stocking the DWR does. We only stock public waterways. So our stocking doesn't really take away their business. Their business still exists.
Good point.
One of my concerns is, are they under regulation in terms of disease control? Richard Heckman was my major professor, so, he's Mr. This is what fish can do to pass on diseases. So I'm a little concerned that at least we know in our hatcheries, we are disease-free. We put fish into a water, we're not going to disturb the rest of the wild population. It's there because we have all the regulations, and that really is a concern for me.
Here's an additional concern along the same lines, Rex, and it's they completely sell out their fish every year, right? They have the customer base to empty their hatcheries by this time of year every year. So imagine, if you will, that all of their customer base are now without fish, and that their dream comes true and there's some subsidy that we give them to buy their fish. All of those other 107,000 pounds of fish from all across the state are going to come from out of state somewhere. And believe it or not, there are other states that don't regulate, the private aquaculture disease component as well as we do here. And so there's an equal threat to, importing AIS, importing disease from out of state that we really don't need, don't want. And we've done a really good job of keeping it at our borders. So that's an equal threat.
I
would
think
say.
to build onto that thread as well, if there's no in-state fish for people to purchase because there's a contract and all the private aquaculture's bought out by us because we're forced to do that, people have to resort to somewhere else if they want to stock their backyard pond, which they could go out of state, as Drew talked about, the disease issues, or they can go to their neighborhood public fishery and start taking fish out and moving those fish around, which is its own risk of moving maybe invasive species and other things we don't want to move around, or even disease.
This is all really great discussion, but it's off agenda. We've spent a lot of time on it, and we've made a motion and accepted the motion. I think that we should move on for today, but appreciate it, Drew.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Drew. We
I
really,
have to get back to another meeting. Sorry I don't come in, better spirit, I guess.
well, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, this that you've got in front of you, the letter, which Larry, I will get sent out to anybody else that wants to take a look at it. Thanks, Mike. If you want to donate, this is strictly, it just came from Rex. It didn't come from Blue Ribbon. And anybody that's here that fishes, put a nickel in there. Drew's not asking for money. He's asking for your commitment. And so you put $1 in there, that's all it takes. So anyhow, we will move on. I'd like to move on to the approval of the June, our June meeting this year. And what did I do with my notes on that? Shoot, they were right here.
Just a comment, Rex. And off topic, Dave chimed in and said he could help you at the legislative level as well. So that gives you some people.
Dave, okay,
Yeah.
all right. Russ, on the bottom of that stack of letters, is there the June 22nd minutes? Yes, there is. Oh, well, that's why I can't find them. If I could, oh. I thought I know I had them here. Thank you very much.
You're going to send this out electronically?
This letter? Yeah. If you guys think it's acceptable, it was just what I came up with, Jordan. It's some,
Send it out to your friends if you'd like to.
I,
Just go as a Blue Ribbon communication.
say, you don't think it should go as, just send it
Blue
out to
Ribbon
our,
communication.
if I send it out to everybody, you can send it out to your
Yeah, just
friends.
Send it out,
not-
say, as a friend, not in my Blue Ribbon capacity, this is what I'm doing.
That's what I'll do, unless somebody has an objection.
I don't think we have any grounds
Ricky,
for
I've wondered-
objection to that.
Hey, I'm wondered, reach out to maybe some of the folks at Bass Pro Shop and, could we get a petition or something? Just on our own, that, hey, folks, this is what's happening. We'd really like to get some support. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah, no, we could have something just on our counter that we could just hand out,
Yeah, that just, hey,
support.
we need your support. Sign this right here.
I
And
think you ought to send this to Brad Wilson and say, we need a nickel from you, Brad.
I don't interact with Brad, but if you'd like to send it to him, I think that would be, I'll send you the PDF so that you can. All right. Meeting notes, we need to approve them. The only thing that I was concerned on was, Natalie, this one was for you, is that the walleye have increased in size. They are 10 to 12 inches and approximately 3.5 pounds. Boy, that's a pretty good football for a walleye. I mean, I'd love it, but I can see your smile. I just thought maybe we ought to amend that particular piece. And then I had some questions in here, but nothing that was the only one that I just went, I'd love to see a 12-inch, 3.5 pound walleye. Is it okay if that gets amended to what's on the chart?
Absolutely. And I would absolutely love to see that as well, but it's not happening. So yeah, amend that, please.
I'll bring it up to Lindy. It's probably 3/4 of a pound. That's about what, 12
Yeah, I'm guessing
inches.
3/4 of a pound, not 3.5 pounds, so. Otherwise, there were some really neat things in here, but I think Mud Creek Reservoir, the restoration, I think you've been working on that. Jordan, is that still progressing along?
We've pretty much wrapped up everything for the season.
It's been,
We'll have a few things left to do in the spring, but yeah, thanks to the division and their heavy equipment crew. They saved our bacon on that project. We had some poor management from an engineering firm that was supposed to be managing the project, and so those guys stepped in and really helped us out. So.
that's great. Minersville Reservoir, did it drain, Nick?
Not entirely. It got pretty low, below our typical conservation pool, but it wasn't fully drained, no.
Okay, so we were able to save some of the fish then.
Yeah, we won't know for sure how many until we net in the spring, but yeah, we didn't see any big fish kills or anything, no.
That's great. And then Natalie, there was at Jones Hole Creek, there statewide limit on trout, but still artificial and bait, no bait. Is that still being looked at? For,
That actually passed. Yep. So that passed for Jones Hole Creek through the regulation cycle, so it'll be implemented January 1st. And really, it's not going to be much change. It's just telling anglers that it's okay to harvest a few fish out of that creek. There's an abundance of them in there, so it doesn't hurt anything.
okay,
Yeah, I'll just point out, the last meeting I brought, a bunch of regulation proposals that we were taking
Right.
from the wildlife board. They were unanimously approved, so
Okay.
everything we talked about went through.
sorry, I'm just trying to go through. Navajo Lake's going to get grayling?
Yeah, eventually that's in the management plan.
Okay. The only real correction was I got a real kick out of 3.5 pound, 12-inch walleyes that I thought we ought to correct in the notes. So, anything else that you read in the notes that needed to be corrected? That being said, I move that we approve these minutes. Is there a second?
I'll do it.
Okay, moved and seconded. Are there any opposed? If you would chime in online, please. Okay, that being said, the minutes for June are approved. Regional updates, yeah, we're definitely behind time.
Going to propose we keep these as short as possible, hit the highlights.
Yep. Mickey, are you representing that, or is Tyler? Oh,
Regional updates from the biologists?
no, it's Blue Ribbon.
I think we'll take whatever regional updates we have, but I think the intent moving forward is to have the regional reps and Blue
Right,
Ribbon
right.
cover
Oh,
those. So,
yeah, we haven't approved the handbook yet. Sorry, I got out ahead of myself. So as soon as we do the handbook, then we'll go back and do that. So, Nick, can we start with you since we've got you here in person?
Yes, so you just want the quick regional update? Okay.
Yeah, a 10,000 foot.
Yeah, so I've just got a couple things, and then I'll turn it over to Dave if he has anything. We touched on the drought impacts. That was kind of a big issue for us this year. We changed regulations at Minersville and Otter Creek. We know people harvested a lot of fish, which was what we wanted. Both reservoirs got really low but weren't drained. So we're hopeful we'll make it through. But a lot of our waters, I think the monsoons helped us, but we're in a spot where we really need a good snowpack to be okay next year. Same with Lake Pallets down to essentially you can just launch at state line, I think, right now. So we need a good snowpack there as well. But we think we made it through the year okay. We'll see what next year looks like. Navajo Lake, so we completed the dike rebuild and spillway rebuild. So basically, we have a dike at Navajo Lake for years and years. We've been trying to get the dike repaired because we lose the fishery and we're in danger of losing the dike. Basically, the spillway was undersized. It couldn't handle the water flowing over it, and we were going to lose. We've had breaches in the dike, and we were going to lose it all eventually. And it's been like 10 years of trying to get that done, and to finally have it finished is great. So So basically, we have a correctly sized spillway now and a dike that's been redone in good shape. So we should be good at Navajo. And then just a couple other little things. We put in an aerator at Fish Lake to keep the marina there open. Blue Ribbon paid for that. We got that installed and is running now. We took out the boat docks at Banquich Lake. Just kind of some little stuff like that. But that's all I had, if Dave has anything else.
I really, I don't, Nick, other than, I help the biologists there in the southern region do what, Nick, 6-7 lakes, gillnet 6-7 lakes on the Boulder, and went up and helped with the Fish Lake lake trout operation. And I got to tell you guys, these biologists do a great job. They're organized. They have a lot of knowledge. They surprised me. I fished some of those waters all summer, really concerned about the numbers in there. And Nick and Mike and even Richard were telling me, don't worry, don't worry. Well, when we gill netted them, things looked good and they're doing a great job. Also, I don't know if this is the time to discuss it, Rex, but just wanted to talk a little bit about fishing Mammoth Lake and maybe Joe's Valley. Maybe we can do that in the Blue Ribbon Water discussion. I'm not sure.
Yeah, let's get to that there. We'll have some time for it.
Yeah, we'll have time for that later, Dave, so.
That's all I have, guys.
Clint, can we go to you and then just rotate to you, Natalie?
Yeah, that sounds good. I'll just pull up my notes. I don't have a lot. Since we last met, we've hired a new flatwater guy. His name's Taylor Stewart. He'll be coming end of the month to work. Actually, he's been working since the 1st of October, but is still in Vermont. So I'll just run through water bodies really kind of quick. I'll start with Bear Lake. Most of you probably know this or have heard it, but Scott will be retiring at the end of the year. Fall nets went really well. They were able to catch a lot of fish, and it sounds like they're in good health. He's still processing his hydroacoustic data. So that's still, those results are not yet finished yet, but his triploidy, so the state of Idaho is running a triploidy study on lake trout. They needed to collect 60 lake trout this fall. Between Utah and Idaho, we collected 130 out of nets this fall. So they have a really good sample for looking at triploidy for lake trout. And we're still in the process of looking at mitigation opportunities for this new or expanded marina on Bear Lake. And so we're still kind of talking about some things there. Lost Creek, all of our reports are completed there. Taylor's done a great job. All species except kokanee are doing well. You probably did hear August and September we were losing some fish, losing some kokanee. Chris and I went up and verified. We did a temperature and oxygen profile. By the time the fish got to a temperature, so surface water was 75 degrees, and at 30 feet it was 72 degrees, and below 33 feet the oxygen was too low for them to tolerate low oxygen conditions, so pretty much sandwiched in a situation where they didn't do very well. So we did lose adults there. Did pick up one fish probably from this spring stocking that had died, but most all of them are last year's or the previous, so 2- and 3-year-old fish. The extent of that, we don't know what that's going to look like. We kind of think that if we would have had some more volume in the reservoir this year, that would have been a little bit better. They would have been better off because we had similar temperature profiles and oxygen profiles at Rockport, but just more volume of water. So anyways, kind of sucks, but everything else looks really good. Willard, we did put out 6 nets this fall. Just kind of keep our thumb on that little heartbeat there. All species look like they're doing really well. Had quite a few walleye. In fact, the highest capture rate of walleyes that we've seen in the last decade. All fat and healthy. Those reports are completed. Taylor has automated he's automated every report now. And some really, really cool things. I think Randy will be really impressed at the information that will come in the report. Again, that's ready to submit. We've kind of made our changes and made our suggestions that we've asked him to change. And now we're just starting to I've sat down with Roger, Melantine, and Taylor, and Skylar, and we've talked about preparations for the spring walleye spawn, and kind of getting numbers and how we're going to all run through this and those kinds of things. So that's that part of the report. Pineview, we haven't had anything recent. We did put out
Clint?
some.
Clint, could I ask
Yeah.
you, have we lost access at Willard? When I was there earlier this fall, it's getting pretty iffy getting out of the channel. I just wondered what's happening there.
Well, we launched the boat. We had 3.5 feet of water off of the North Marina ramp. You can't back up very far before you hit dry ground. The channel stays about 4 feet deep until you get out past the sides. There is a place that it gets up to about 2.5 feet under the boat. So you have to be really careful of where you have to go straight out the marina and mouth. As we've discussed with Weaver Basin, Chris has had a discussion with Riley. They are intending to move water from Echo because they're at a kind of a record high level right now at Echo because of negotiations made earlier this year with Provo River water users. But Deer Creek Reservoir and Jordanelle they're really low, so they're probably going to take their water this year. We probably won't have that same negotiation. So Echo will dump, I think we talked about 30,000 acre feet of water. And that will go into Willard, which may raise it 2 to 3 feet possibly by next spring. So we will have some access. We sampled the second week of October is when we put nets. And that's about the time that water shut off as far as water coming out of Echo. So there is probably a little water, but I don't think there's much that makes it to Willard during the winter or the fall. And that will all be based on Weaver Basin's releases from now until spring. Does that help?
Yeah, thanks very much, Clint.
You bet. So for Pineview, like I said, we haven't had anything really recent. We put in some gill and crappie habitat on Port Ramp, the new docks. It was the 1st of October. These are to attract bluegill, crappies, hopefully to feed on villagers if a dirty boat comes and launches and dumps their water. Maybe it would, kind of help us a little bit. Water level dropped a couple of feet. Anglers saw all this stuff. They decided to pull it all out, throw it on the dock, said that it was illegal, called us, made a big deal about it, had to explain it, why it was there. That they said, oh, it's going to ruin our boats. It's all made out of plastic. It's very soft. It's very pliable. Where we put them, you couldn't even hit it with your boat. I don't know, unless you backed right into the, unless you backed and put your prop right through the dock, there's no way you're going to touch these. But they freaked out about it, caused a big hoopla, got the concessionaire all involved, and we had to go pull them out. So I've talked with them, explained what it was, but they were still upset. So we will have health certification there this fall, this winter. And then our tiger muskie age and growth data is almost complete. Chris has been sending some more information to Taylor so he can wrap that up. Mark recapture went well on the Weaver River this summer. Both brown trout and whitefish are doing very well between the reservoirs. And then going forward, we have a couple of studies that we're looking at. We still have this Young a Year pilot, Young a Year yellow perch pilot program we're doing at Rockport. And we are also doing a disease certification at Smith and Morehouse for grayling. So we can start using that source of grayling for broodstock moving forward, since we lost our eggs from Wyoming last year due to disease. So we're looking at a different source. And that's all I have, unless there's questions.
Can I chime in real fast on the grayling thing? I don't know if this
Yeah.
group knows this or not, but I just want to build on what Clint was saying. Traditionally, we've imported grayling eggs from Wyoming. It turns out that their grayling source came up positive for some disease. I'm not sure what the disease is off the top of my head, but anyway, point is we can no longer import those eggs from Wyoming, which leaves us without any egg source for grayling. We've been working with the northern region for the past couple of years and getting Smith Morehouse health certified and using that as an egg source, but I think it's 2024 at the earliest that it'll be kind of through the ringer through our kind of legal process where we can start taking eggs. That leaves next year with us having no options for grayling eggs. We've been working with Colorado and Montana to see both of them have health certified sources to see if we can maybe get some eggs from them next year to kind of fill as a stopgap. But we didn't get any grayling this year because of this health issue. We had to pitch the eggs that we got from Wyoming after they tested positive for disease. And right now we're kind of in negotiations to get eggs for next year, and hopefully 2024 we get back to being able to consistently produce our own grayling, getting them back out.
Thank you, Randy. Natalie, if we could move to you, please. Thank you very much, Clint.
Yep.
All right, so I have quite a list, but I'm going to narrow it down. I'll start with Flaming Gorge. We hired Jordan Detler as the new kind of assistant to Ryan up there and the Diamond Mountain North Slope biologist. So he's been in our natives program, the 3 species program, and he's moved up to Dutch John and is assisting Ryan with those. But Flaming Gorge kind of has a lot going on. I didn't get an update specifically from Ryan, but they are working on tagging lake trout right now in conjunction with Wyoming Fish and Game for a population estimate on lake trout 28 inches or smaller. So they've got to tag 1,000 of those before the end of the year. And they've got kind of a reward system, it looks like, for returns on those tags from anglers. So if anybody wants to brave the cold and go up and assist him with catching lake trout, and they may need to turn to netting at some point, short duration gill net sets to get their 1,000, but they are working on that right now, and they have a creel survey coming up starting in January. So they're going to be pretty busy up there. And Calder Reservoir received the Solar Bee water recirculation system that was installed in September. We got that money from DEQ, and it was about a $50,000 investment. So he's going to be monitoring that, seeing if we can see some positive results in dissolved oxygen and water quality in Calder. But really, we're just hoping for a great snowpack this year. We're on a good trajectory right now, so hopefully it keeps up. But that's kind of what's going on at Calder, and they are We stocked some extra 10-inch rainbows into Calder this spring, and those fish reportedly between 14 and 16 inches, standard little footballs that Calder always grows, but they're in good shape, so we'll check on it through the winter. We completed our starvation fall walleye index netting the 24th through the 26th of October. Overall, I think we're looking better for walleye. Our average total length and weight is up a little bit from the past 4 years, but we still have an overabundance of those small walleye in the system that are going to be 12 to 14 inches. So I presented to Rocky Mountain Anglers on Tuesday night. I do have a PowerPoint with some of the preliminary data. If you guys want me to send it to you, I can. But overall, we are working towards figuring out some way to kind of control the overabundance of these smaller walleye in the system. And we'll be taking this to our management team probably in February for their ideas and recommendations on how we move forward. I do think that some of our outreach did help. I think anglers are much more aware of selective harvest of walleye in that 12 to 14 inch range there. They know about it now and they're aware, and I think they did help us out to a point, but just not quite enough. So on the flip side, the rainbows are doing fantastic in starvation. It should be a really great ice fishing destination this winter, and we'll see and keep track, but they're on good pace for creating a really good ice fishing season if we actually get good ice there. Moving over to Lower Stillwater Pond. So we completed that creel, and I'll be working on that creel report along with some updated management plan recommendations that come from that data. We asked the question if our anglers or users there thought that it should be some type of special regulation for that area. There's about a 50-50 split on what people actually thought on should we make some special regulation or should we keep it exactly how it is? So it's kind of tricky as always. Feels like everything's a 50-50 split these days. But that is definitely one that they are on the fence whether they want it or not. Let's see here. Brian sent me an update. He's been doing so many rotenone treatments as normal, but he sent a bunch of information about the OWEEP treatment. And I was actually on the OWEEP treatment too. So that was our first wilderness treatment. It was a 7-day adventure up into the high country. It went really well. It went as well as you could possibly expect, but there's probably going to be a third year of treatment to ensure success of that. It's 17 stream miles and it's 15 miles into the wilderness. So every part of it was adventurous. I'll say that much. He wanted me to highlight Sheep Creek Lake. It's recovering from its winter kill in 2020 and 2021. It has good numbers of 2-year-old fish right now, up to 13, 14 inches. Lake Canyon. Where did he put Lake Canyon? Lake Canyon has seen some really good growth of those fish after the winter kill of 2018 and 2019. He says we now have 4 year classes of fish in the lake with fish up to 20 inches. He says those fish typically do not exceed 5 years old at Lake Canyon. So they harvested 500,000 fertilized eggs from Lake Canyon this spring, which is much more than their quota. And he says the tigers are still kind of hit and miss with some very large individuals captured via hook and line, but they have not seen those in their spring nets. We did Jones Hole Creek surveys this year. We did Current Creek IBAT surveys this year. We did another North Slope treatment that was 20 miles of the West Fork at Carter Creek drainage. And then he kind of wanted to highlight some West Fork Duchesne work too. That one's really long, so I'll just say it went well, and this is their final West Fork of the Duchesne spawn this next spring, and this is kind of to replenish that genetic diversity in the South Slope broodstock. So I'm sure there's other things I've missed in here. Trina did want me to bring up that we had quite a few regulation changes for our region that will go into effect. But you can all see those and you've all heard about those. So I think that's the quick rundown. Overall, I think our region's water conditions in most places are better than where we were at this point last year. We didn't lose any additional fisheries as far as blue ribbon water. Hoping for a good snowpack, and then we'll see what happens next year. I'll take any questions. And Jamie, did you have anything else? Jamie Sparger's on here. He did attend and help Ryan with quite a few samples this summer and fall. So Jamie, did you have anything? And I don't know if he can get his speaker to work, so maybe he can't. He says he doesn't have anything. So that's all from the Northeastern region.
I have a quick question, Natalie. Special regs on lower Stillwater. What would the special regs be and what would be the purpose of them?
We don't have anything in mind. Like there's plenty of options. I shouldn't say we don't have anything in mind. We have options in mind, but it would be some protections on some of the larger brown trout that we can grow in specific ponds. And then it could also potentially be using the ponds that are behind the gate as some type of artificial fly and lure only, something like that. But the ponds, the complex itself, there's 5 ponds below the fence and 3 ponds above it. So it's confusing if we start moving into special regulations on half of the ponds and not the other half. So we've got this group of users that a family-oriented fishing opportunity where they bring their kids and they come and fish Pier Pond for rainbows all day. And then we've got this other group of clientele that are like hardcore anglers who are targeting big browns, big tigers, and they don't want to see harvest of those big fish by bait anglers, basically. So I don't know what we'll end up doing. We have to work with the Forest Service on it, but I've got to go through that report with fine-tooth comb and all that lower Stillwater creel data as well before we even think about making a decision.
Thanks, Natalie.
Natalie, could you just, anything on Pelican? Trina did a great job the other night, and there were some cubes there with holes in them for trying to get the bulrushes established. Is that, and then carp, anything happening on carp removal, or?
Yeah.
Just a quick comment,
I'm
maybe?
Still, yeah. So I'm still working on Pelican, like 7 years into this thing, but we do have what are called reef balls on the south side. That was a project I finished last year using EPA 319 money. This is a turbidity reduction project, and it also doubles as a very unique fish habitat. So I can show you guys those, but you can look up reef ball innovations and kind of see what the general gist is. But these things are concrete structures that dissipate wave action. And I'm using them to slow the wave action down to stop the shoreline erosion and then keep the sediments in place on this bank that traditionally the waves hit it at 3 or 4 feet and just tear the bank to pieces. So they held through the ice season on and off, and I'm going to be out there next week adjusting the top row, and I'll put in a proposal to add 1 more row of them to our very top line because I just didn't have enough to finish the project the way I wanted it. But yes, those are in the reservoir. Bluegill were spawning behind those things on the gravels that I installed. They were spawning in them. And then we had some big bass hanging out right inside the middle of them. So they were pretty cool. And I do think the fish enjoy them there. It's just so different than anything they have. So those are pretty cool. We did a Fleximat project, which lined the canal up above, where we installed 11,200 feet of Fleximat material to stabilize the canal walls. And then we inserted 3 kind of check dam structures. So my staff and the heavy equipment crew did that in about a week. So we're still working on sediment reduction into Pelican Lake. We've got tagged carp in Pelican Lake right now that are reward tagged carp. So I'm going to be promoting that again through ice fishing season, that there are tags in the system worth $40. Trying to get people out there to harvest. And then I got to work with Skylar this winter to determine if our springtime effort, where we spend two full weeks removing carp from that system, is worth it or not. Our tiger muskie really, the survival has been low in the face of a large population of largemouth bass. Their survival has not been good so far. So we're working on other ways to propagate those tiger muskie using the sediment catch basin as a grow out pond and then turning them loose into pelican just by opening the head gate. We've still got a lot of work going on at Pelican, and Jamie will be happy about this though. I met with the BOR and the BLM yesterday or Tuesday, and the BOR is going to write a categorical exclusion for me so I can work on the deep water habitats that come off the shoreline and proceed out into the lake through the bulrush. So that's been something that was on our radar since the creation of the management plan. So it looks like in a couple of years, I'll be able to dig those. And that'll be a good thing.
Thanks, appreciate it, Natalie. Jamie, good to see you join us. Thank you very much. Nice to have you come on with us. Thanks for the time. Chris, why don't we go to you, and then we'll go to Cal, because you're just kind of your region, Cal, and then just go right into the trend data on Blue Ribbon, if you would, please. Chris, all yours.
Thanks, Rex. I'll just give a little information and then I'll kick it to Tyler if that's okay.
That'd be great.
So we'll keep it fairly short and just kind of hit the high points. I did want to mention we're wrapping up our third year of restoration work on Diamond Fork. This year, the reach that we're focusing on is basically starts right there at the Red Ledges area and extends downstream for about 1.5 miles. This reach was not impacted by the recent fires, but it has had some sediment issues associated with some past fires a few years ago. But it was a pretty nice project because in a lot of ways we weren't having to do a lot of stream stabilization. It was mostly focusing on trying to add in-stream habitat and kind of reduce our pool-to-pool spacing, add additional pools within that reach. That if you fished it before, you know it's got some really nice spots, but it's also a little bit of a pool desert, and it has a lot of just straight, long runs that don't necessarily provide a lot of fish holding cover. So Mike was the one leading up that project this year. Tyler and I both had the pleasure to help, but the kudos go to him. I'm still pulling together all the photo points and compiling everything, but I think we ended up with about 30 different structures, again, mostly geared towards enhancing pools or creating fish habitat. So pretty excited about that project. As I alluded to, we've been doing work there, quite a bit of work post-fire, and we also have work planned really probably the next 3 years there. We think that watershed has stabilized to the point that we can get a little bit more serious downstream with some of our traditional restoration. And we're also working with our hatcheries to beef up brown trout stocking in that area post-fire. We were putting a little bit of a token number in there to provide an instantaneous gratification to some of the anglers, but now we feel like we've got the habitat we need. We can really start trying to rebuild that population that was impacted by the fires in 2018. So just stay tuned, and thanks for the patience on that. And I personally tried to screw up every hole that Mickey likes to fish on Diamond Fork, so hopefully we got that accomplished.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. That's all I was just going to mention was the Diamond Fork, and then I'll turn a little time over to Tyler.
I don't have much. We did our Jordanelle sampling beginning of October. Numbers were good to my understanding. I'm pretty fresh here. I've only been here since June, but rainbow trout numbers were our highest, which is not normally the case. We pushed it back a few weeks, so we didn't catch as many spawning kokanee. we could let them spawn, and this year was a phenomenal spawning year to our knowledge. If anybody went to the Rock Cliffs area there, you would see piles and piles of kokanee for a whole month running up the river. So hopefully that turns into some good natural reproduction, and we can maybe save some stocking from there potentially. But it was really good. No tiger muskies again. Seems more and more of a futile effort. Maybe that's why Chris brought me in, because I'm a Midwestern guy that deals with muskies, so maybe I can fix a problem there, but who knows. Smallmouth numbers were down, of course, but you don't normally get a lot of those in our curtain nets sampling that way. So rainbow trout was good, kokanees were good. We had some really nice brown trout as well. Outside of Jordanelle, everybody knows Deer Creek is very low. I think that was very underfished this fall, which might help numbers as well. Increase some fish structure in there for the people that could get on there. They probably did very well because they were the only anglers on that lake if you could get a small boat. But outside of that, we stocked, I think Slater gave me the number yesterday, about 180,000 cutthroat between Manning Meadow and our little Dell stocking throughout the Wasatch Central Mountains. We finished that. Hiked in our last few fish 2 weeks ago before the Diamond Fork project got rolling. So we got all those cutthroat in, which was fun to see. Chris kind of hit the hammer there on the Diamond Fork. It was my first habitat restoration project. Cool to see what went in there. A lot of good looking pools for fish. Mike was very happy with a lot of the work that got done. Had a lot of extra rocks that we were kind of able to throw in some of those straight stretch to create some smaller structures for fish to hold on to, which was also nice to see. Still working on that Jordanelle data, so maybe next time I can give you guys more of a formal update there. I know it's not really a blue ribbon fishery connected to the Provo, but relating to the Provo, we are working on the creel survey that's going to happen on the lower stretch starting January. I don't have any more details besides that it's going to happen, but there will be something that does begin some point in January. Chris might have more knowledge on specifics on that, but that's about it for the central region. So.
Did you just, any progress on the Chicken Creek East access and what's happening up there on Strawberry, either you or Chris?
Chris, you want to help with that one?
Yeah, I haven't seen it in the last couple of weeks, but they are, when I was up there, they had broken ground. A ramp was being built. Alan's been working with it past couple of weeks. I don't know how far they're going to get before everything gets shut down by snow. So if anybody else has any more information or seen it more recently, let me know. But Alan was pretty excited because after about 15 years, they were actually starting to build that ramp. I see Larry's got his hand up.
Yeah, I was did a tour with John Schultz. I think it was in late June, early July, and the progress was good. Also, I saw John again middle of the heck was it? This is November, middle of October, and he had just been to the Strawberry Valley committee meeting, and that project had to be finished by the end of October because of the funding issues. And John was pretty confident that that would be accomplished. He had been up there, and they were really pushing along to get the ramp done and get out of there before the funding was lost.
Appreciate that. One other thing, and then I'll get off here because I know you guys are probably behind time. Just a reminder that we've been working on the Utah Lake Fisheries Management Plan. We are fortunate that Rex has been helping us with that. So I hope to give you guys a little bit more formal update in January. But in the meantime, just don't forget that's happening. And if you want more information, talk to myself or talk to Rex. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Chris. Tyler, Cal, we'll turn it over to you.
Can I go real fast?
Wait.
Go to Calvin, because I think Calvin's going to roll into his blue ribbon waters. But one just kind of statewide update I want to provide real fast. We haven't really touched on this kokanee. We have two kokanee traps in the state. So we've got one at Strawberry Reservoir and one at Sheep Creek coming into Flaming Gorge. And those supply all of our kokanee eggs statewide. Unfortunately, neither of those traps performed very well this year. We didn't get our anticipated number of fish. So we ended up taking about 70% of the kokanee eggs we hoped to get. So that means we've got 70% of the number of kokanee that we would like to stock statewide next year. We've done some adjustments in our stocking. We had a couple waters that would be new kokanee fisheries that we're looking at bringing online next year. We're not going to stock those next year. We got a couple fisheries that our intent with stocking them was to stock them for a few years and then stop stocking them and let them just naturally reproduce after we introduced them. We're going to maybe cut off the stocking on those waters. And what that does is it gets us a few more eggs by selectively not stocking a few waters next year. So, but collectively, most of our kokanee fisheries are going to get stocked at about 80% or so of what we usually put in. So there will be here a few years down the road when they grow up, probably a kind of a down year for kokanee as a result. But that's kind of what it is. We've started a kokanee salmon management planning effort. We literally had our first meeting on Monday, so we haven't got far into this. But one of the big conversations in that group is going to be, what do our kokanee quotas look like going forward, and how do we ensure we're getting the eggs and meeting those quotas? So we'll talk about ways of getting there. It might involve third traps. It might involve maybe some more strategic planning, egg exchanges with other states, some other things to kind of get there. But I just wanted to give that update since that is a pretty good hit in our kokanee numbers. It was definitely an off year for us for taking eggs.
What are some of the alternative locations that maybe a trap could go in?
I think the one we're looking maybe the hardest at right now is Fish Lake, but that's very tentative. I would say that's kind of the focus of this group is to dig into all that and select, strategically what we think the best trap is. We did start, one thing we'd have to do to start any trap is a fish health certification. We did start one on Fish Lake this year because they had a pretty good run, but that doesn't mean that we're committing ourselves to Fish Lake. We just kind of maybe got ourselves 1 foot forward on maybe moving there for a third trap if that's the way we decide to go, but it doesn't commit us to that either.
Randy, do you have any idea what natural recruitment is in those waters?
What do you mean, which waters?
In the like Strawberry or Flaming Gorge or the waters that you guys monitor for kokanee, what kind of natural reproduction they do get?
I'm not a seer. Strawberry, Chris maybe correct me. I think it's something like 40% natural recruitment, something like that in Strawberry. Flaming Gorge, it's higher than that. I don't know the exact percentage, but it actually turns out that in Flaming Gorge, it's a fairly small percentage of the kokanee are hatchery fish. The majority of them are actually wild-born fish. I'm not sure about some of our other waters statewide, but those are kind of the two we had maybe the best data on.
Cal, I think we're up to you if you would take it away.
All right, I'll let Jordan, if he had anything to mention or say anything first, then I can roll into our updates.
I already talked a little bit about Mud Creek. That project ended up looking really good. And then right now we're monitoring flows in Lower Fish Creek for our in-stream flow lease. Somewhere toward the end of the month, we should start construction on Schofield Dam. I'm putting in a new low flow gate so we can maximize the amount of flow that we get out of that lease.
Thanks, Jordan. And just two quick updates. They're not blue ribbon waters, but they used to be. One is Schofield. We gill net at Schofield early October. It's been fishing phenomenally. Probably some of the best fishing I've seen in the last 10 years up there. Our gill nets were really successful with a lot of cutthroat. On average, our average size cutthroat increased by 1.25 inches. And I think they're now 16.75, almost 17-inch cuts on average. And we increased by 1/2 pound on all those cutthroat also this year in our fall nets. So fat fish, tiger trout went very good size too. They increased, and not a lot of rainbows in our gill nets, but we're conducting a year-long krill survey up there, and a lot of anglers are harvesting some really nice rainbows. We've seen them up to 18 and 20 inches in the krill survey. So good things coming. Some big wipers. We had close to 50 wipers in our gill nets, up to 18, 19 inches and 5 pounds. One tiger muskie that was just 1/4 inch shy of 40 inches. And we are seeing a few walleye from that one stocking showing up. They were between 14 and 17 inches. So get out. It should ice up here within the next couple weeks. The ice fishing should be really good up at Schofield for you. So should be a lot of fun this year. And then lastly, Huntington Creek fished really well this year. I even had Bert Lay give me a call and said he caught a bunch of fish down there. So if Bert can catch fish in Huntington Creek, it must be doing pretty well. The main stem has been fishing the best and the left fork. A lot of big cutthroat. We had some 20 and 21-inch cutthroat caught down there this year by anglers, and I had pictures sent to us. A lot of our staff has fished it and done really well. The right fork has done pretty good. Still monitoring it in our electrofishing survey in September. Seen some good browns in that upper portion of the right fork, and they're still doing great. That bottom portion is where we're having some struggles still in the right fork, but for everywhere else in that main drainage, everything's looking really well right now. So we're kind of excited to see the future there. So any questions there? If not, I'll start trying to put this other presentation on.
Calvin, on Huntington Creek, did we see any evidence of recruitment during surveys this year? Or wait, did the surveys get canceled completely, or did you guys get out one day?
We got out one day.
Because the one day was raining really hard.
Yeah, we monitored our main sites, and yes, lots of recruitment on brown trout at the below the Electric Lake Dam. A lot of 100-millimeter brown trout. So our site there by Stewart Guard Station had bigger browns. We had several 18, 19-inch browns, only a handful of them, but we did have a pretty good flash flood in there again this year in that little section. So, but like I said, we did see some really big browns in that section.
Great. Yeah, good to hear that there's some recruitment. That's what we've been worried about.
So let me see if this works. All right. Can you see a presentation?
Yeah, that's coming up.
Perfect. Okay. I can't see you guys. So if you have questions, just holler. I don't have any of your guys' stuff. So we'll go over the water review of our 5 blue ribbon fisheries in the southeast region. We'll start with Lower Fish Creek. Here's some pictures from this fall and some of the fish we've seen in it. Good water this year. They released water all the way through till last week, and we had some decent fishing in there this year, but did see some nice fish. Some data on it and some of our trend data. It was designated as a blue ribbon fishery in 2004. Our regulation is a daily trout limit of 4 with artificial flies and lures, 1 mile downstream from the dam down to the confluence of the White River. We manage it for brown trout. We stock it annually with browns at 3 locations, 2 in Lower Fish Creek and 1 at the Price River. We do this because we know we get some natural reproduction, but because of the water being shut off from the dam every year, we supplement that population just to be safe and to keep it going. With the work that Jordan and TU is doing, we may be able to start backing up on our stocking because we'll have year-round flows in there now and can rely on more natural recruitment. So, but we stock 16,000 fingerling brown trout right below the dam at Schofield every year, 8,000 fingerlings at the Lower Fish Creek WMA, and then an additional 5,000 at the Emma Park Bridge there at the top of Price Canyon. And that's roughly about 2,500 fish per mile through that stretch is what our goal is with our stocking rates. Data-wise, we survey this population about every 6 years when we can. We do big population surveys. We do escapement surveys every 2 years. And what we mean in escapement surveys, with the addition of wiper, tiger muskie, and walleye in Schofield Reservoir, we watch to make sure we're not having a big influx of them downstream into the Price River and eventually into the Green River to have any impacts to our native and endangered fish communities. So every other year we go in and just do some spot sampling. We talk to anglers, we fish it, just trying to find those other predators that are concerned of for our native and endangered fish. Our last big survey that we've done down there was a few years ago, but we roughly have an estimate of 2,100 brown trout per mile. This was taken this was below the railroad bridge before the access got shut off. And then we also did a survey down at the lower Fish Creek WMA, and we had similar results of around 2,000 to 2,100 brown trout per mile down there. And additionally, there were, depending on what the site in the year, between 100 to 300 cutthroat, tigers, and rainbow trout per mile through that entire section. So those pictures right there and down the bottom, those 3 fish were all caught last year in Lower Fish Creek in 2021 by anglers, by a local angler down here. I was in there about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 now, on Lower Fish Creek below the dam. Got into some nice 18-inch brown trout, several 16-inch cutthroat, then fished the middle section, so the WMA. Didn't really get into many fish, but I observed a lot of browns paired up on reds down there. This was, like I said, mid-October. So I didn't want to monkey with those fish and spook them anymore. And so did see a lot of 17-ish inch range fish paired up, spawning down in that middle section this year. We'll move to Huntington Reservoir, or Mammoth, as a lot of people like to call it. I typically don't like to show dead fish pictures, but here in the middle, you can see those are from 2019 gill netting. That table's 2 feet wide, so you can kind of see that we've got some 18 to 20-inch tiger trout in there. The tiger on the left was caught just 2 weeks ago out of a float tube. And our splake that we stocked in there in 2021 have gotten up to 14 and 15 inches, and that's the fish on the right. So within a year and a half, we've already seen some tremendous growth on our splake in there. So really excited to see that. Some information and data here. It was designated as a blue ribbon fishery in 2006. As for the unique species of tiger trout and our cutthroat in there, and as an early ice fishing opportunity, it typically ices up just before Thanksgiving, so we're getting pretty close for it to be capped over. Daily trout limit of 4, and it's close to the possession of cutthroat. We manage it for an opportunity or preferred size tiger trout. We typically see tigers up to 5 pounds, but on average they're around 16 inches average length in there, but we have seen them, like I said, up to 5 pounds. The cutthroat in there are a unique lineage of Bonneville cutthroat trout, and that's why we protect them and don't allow any harvest. And now we are also trying to manage it as a trophy splake fishery. Our annual stocking is 10,000 fingerling tiger trout, and now an additional 5,000 fingerling splake in the reservoir. We gill net the reservoir every 3 years now. That will be this June when we'll can get up there. Usually it's around Memorial Day or first part of June when ice comes off and we can get a boat on there. And we also try to do boat electrofishing surveys the same year we do our gill net surveys. So hopefully that will be this July or early August when we can get in there and do that. So a few years ago in 2015 is when we found chubs and shiners in our gill net surveys, and we only were finding a few numbers, a handful of like 3 or 4 every netting survey. And in 2019, when we were able to do a boat electrofishing survey, we found multiple age classes of Utah chub, and that's why we've started adding splake to the fishery to help maintain and be a kind of a predator on those chubs and shiners in there. You can see some of our catch rates from the last 4 times we've gill netted in 14 through 2019. We between 25 to 40 or even 50 tiger trout per net night. All the other biologists can tell you, typically we try to manage some of our, trout waters to 15 to 20 trout per net night, and we're definitely higher than that there. So a lot of fish in Mammoth by our netting, and some decent sizes. Joe's Valley Reservoir, I don't think there's a whole lot to say about Joe's. It's quite a unique place, and then quite the fishery over the last 10 years. Some great big splake, some nice, great big tiger muskie. We've had reports of 50 inchers over the past few years come out of there. If you fished it, you know what I'm talking about. So it was designated as a blue ribbon fishery in 2016. Our regulation, a daily trout limit of 4. Only one trout may be over 18 inches, and our only one tiger muskie over 40 inches. We manage it for trophy splake and for trophy tiger muskie, or more for predator control or predator management on Utah chub. So our overall numbers and size of tiger muskie may change a little bit just depending on our prey base while trying to keep a trophy splake fishery. We have a quality size cutthroat trout fishery. We've seen cutthroat up to 8 and 9 pounds. I've personally caught 9-10 pounders through the ice there at Joe's Valley on cutthroat. So they're all wild fish, and they grow quite well. And recently, over the last about 4 years, we've tried to make an opportunity rainbow trout fishery. Joe's Valley used to be a rainbow trout fishery before the chub showed up. And without the rainbows, there's really not a shoreline fishery. So we've been working to get the rainbows back in there with the decrease in our chub numbers. And we've been able to see that in the last few years in our netting. Annually, we stock 55,000 fingerling splake, 15,000 tiger muskie, fingerling tiger muskie, and 20,000 fingerling rainbow trout. And so the pictures down the bottom are from this last gill netting from about a month ago. Unfortunately, the angle is kind of difficult to get a good size perspective, but on the very far left here, I think hopefully you can see my cursor. This big rainbow right here, these are rainbow trout. That guy is 4.3 pounds. So these 4 fish on the right are all over 3 pounds. This first rainbow is actually 2 pounds. So those fingerling rainbows that we're stocking in there, they're surviving. They're growing to be great big size, and going to be a great, addition to the fishery there. Our cutthroat here in the middle, the far right fish is 6 pounds. They're all wild, as you can see. The 4 pounds, 3, and then 2. Try to just get you the different size classes that we have there. Again, usually early ice, you can pick up some really big cutthroat in the reservoir. And on the far right is our splake. The very far 2 fish are 10-pound splake, and all the way down to some 2-pounders. So yeah, some 7s, some 5s, some 6s. Our average size splake this year, our mean length was probably around 21 inches. We're still trying to work up the rest of the data from this year. But this graph right above it is from the 2020 netting, and showing data. This is the percent of the splake that we gill net, the size of the splake. So if you look at 2020, 60% of the splake in our gill net were over 18 inches. And 24% of them were over 24 inches. So, and again, this year we're going to be very similar to 2019, 2020 in our numbers. But for the last, since 2016, over half of our fish, our splake, are over 18 inches and are just fat and healthy fish. Great Canyon Creek.
Cal, when does Joe's Valley typically ice over, thick enough that you can get out on it?
It really depends on the year. Some years I've ice fished it by Christmas, and then there's other years it's been February. Okay. Just because of the wind and temperature. So there was a couple years ago, it iced up real early, and then we had open water by mid-February. And so it really just depends on conditions and weather.
But should be open water for the next couple of weeks then, right?
Yes. There, as of a week or two ago, the ramp was still open, the gate was still open, but the water was right at the edge of the concrete. So it might be difficult if you had a large boat, but if you're going to be hand launching or anything like that, you should be fine.
Okay, thanks.
So Straight Canyon Creek, or the tailwater fishery out of Joe's Valley, is probably my most favorite stream fishing in our region. It's a gorgeous place, a lot of nice brown trout. We don't get the use out of it like that we probably should for the quality of fish that are in there. And you can see as some of these pictures. I love fishing at this time of year. Depending on the demand on water for the power plant will dictate the flows, but we typically have at least 5 to 6 CFS coming down through the canyon all winter long. It's even fishable during the winter. It was designated as a blue ribbon fishery in 2018. It has just a daily trout limit of 4 with no restrictions on flies or lures or bait. It's managed for an opportunity and preferred size brown trout. I'd even say trophy brown trout. We've netted, or not, excuse me, surveyed and shocked 8 to 10 pound brown trout out of this stream. I've personally, in one day, have caught 2 6-pounders and a 5 this time of year when no one else is fishing the stream. So there's some really nice fish in there. It's just getting out there and doing it. It's entirely a wild population. In the late 90s and early 2000s, we were stocking browns in there, and since then we've kind of stopped that, and we've seen the size of fish increase since we stopped stocking them and kind of reduced it down just in the natural reproduction. So again, with our major streams, we do our population surveys every 6 years and escape and surveys every 2 years. And our last survey was around 2,000 brown trout per mile. We do a survey below right below the dam, and then also one kind of near the mouth of the canyon. Those are our 2 sampling sites, and again, both of them are similar numbers for trout per mile. So again, like I said, great fishery, just doesn't get used as much as it probably should, which maybe I shouldn't be saying that because I don't want competition when I'm out there fishing.
Calvin's
and then
liar.
lastly, go ahead.
Calvin's a liar. That place is a horrible place to fish. Don't go there.
Thanks, Jordan. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll back that up. That's just horrible to go down there. I did wonder, Cal, one of the things with it being blue ribbon, access to Straight Canyon can be less than wonderful at times. Have you ever considered, maybe putting in some steps or stairs anywhere in there? I just wondered if that's something that, as a improvement, we could do as a blue ribbon.
I have considered that. The bouldering and rock climbing community put in some walkways from the road up the canyon, up the face to some of their climbing spots. And the Forest Service required some NEPA to do that. So I've talked to the forest what would have to happen to be able to do that type of project. But some of the areas where we were looking at doing a project like that, UDOT had come in, and when they widened the road through the canyon a couple of years ago, they basically were just taking all that rock and pushing it right off the edge of the road down towards the creek, and it's wiped out some of our places where we were thinking about putting walkways or a stair system down. So until we know more from the UDOT what their plans are on, instead of hauling the rock out like they would normally do, when they were blasting, they were just pushing everything right to the creek. So as soon as we know more about that, what their plans are, then we can reevaluate where to maybe look at projects.
Thank you.
Yep. And then finally, we have Duck Fork Reservoir. The first picture there is from the west side of the tributary looking back towards the dam, for those who haven't been up there. And then, of course, on the creek, just above the reservoir, we have our spawning trap for our Colorado cutthroat brood source for the Manti-La Salle National Forest and areas. So you can see us, this was about 2 years ago, working the trap and how it's all set up and laid out while we're spawning. So quite the operation. Rex came up this year. We appreciated his help, and got to see the operation. Duck Fork was designated as a blue ribbon fishery in 2006. Regulation of a daily trout limit of 2, and it's close to the possession of cutthroat trout. And it's, of course, artificial flies and lures only. We manage it as our brood source for Colorado cutthroat trout and for preferred size tiger trout. We typically can see tigers on average in that 17, 18-inch range on the average size, but some getting up to 6, 7 pounds in there. 2021, we had a lot of really nice tigers caught by anglers and released. The one group alone caught 3 that were all over 5 pounds in one day, in different, all at the same time in different locations of the lake. So I know they weren't catching the same fish while we were up there running the trap. So some really nice tiger trout. We missed a stocking event in 2020 or 2019. We've had some anglers concerned that we've changed the management up there, and we haven't. It's just one of the hatchery trucks broke down on their way up, and then we got a big snowstorm that put almost 2 feet of snow down on the road. We couldn't get a truck in there and get a stock that year. So so if you hear anglers asking what's going on, that's what it was. Is we're not changing anything. We're just had a equipment failure and just couldn't get it stocked the 1 year. So annually we stock 1,250 7-inch cutthroat from our productions there at the trap, and then we also stock 1,500 5-inch tiger trout. We survey this population every 3 years. We net it every June. I throw trap nets out, just kind of getting an idea of cutthroat numbers. But then we try to do a fall netting also with trap nets, and so we're not killing any of our brood source. And overall, our numbers have been pretty good. The one thing that we do have that's different than other traps or other cutthroat populations we're 2 to 1 females to males, and usually it's 2 males to every female, basically, in a lot of our brood sources. But for whatever reason, Duck Fork, we see a lot more females than we do males, and so it's when we're trying to produce 100 to 200,000 fish off this trap, it can be a little cumbersome trying to find enough males, but for the most part, it's been working quite well for us. You can see the graph from 2021 on size of fish that entered our trap. We definitely seen a bunch of larger fish this year in 2022. I thought I had that data entered, and apparently I didn't. So apologize not having this year's data for Duck Fork, but Rex can tell you also. I mean, we saw some 18, 19, some even 20-inch cutthroat in our trap this year. So we had fewer fish in the trap, but we had bigger fish for sure. So, and that's all I have.
Yeah, that was quite fun to get up there with you, Cal. And yes, there were some very nice fish in that in the trap. It was fun to watch them.
Like I said, we appreciate your help coming up, and it was a pretty long day. I think we spawned 75 females that day, so quite the effort.
Thank you very much, Cal, not only for the report, but all the work that you do. So I think we've still got some time here. Randy, I think you wanted to take the lead on this next, on the blue ribbon discussion.
I can't take the lead. I did get texted by Lindy, lunch is ready. So I don't know if we want to break and then come back. And
are you guys okay if we went to lunch and maybe come back a few minutes early and just get right into this, see if we can get back a bit of the time?
Yeah, and I think some of this.
If we go now, if we're back by 12:30, we'd have 40 minutes for lunch. Does that cover all the phone calls and stuff that need to be done, or are we okay? I think we'll break and come back then at 12:30 and start up with the blue ribbon discussion on waters and score. Thanks to all of you there that are various locations not here, and we'll start back up at 12:30. My apologies. We got talking, and we don't often get Drew in at lunch with us, and we got to hear some personal stories that he may regret telling us later if we need extra funding. So anyhow, it's good to have you all back. At this point, Randy's going to take over the discussion, and we're just going to blue ribbon discussion on waters. And the nice thing is that we should be able to make up just a little bit of the time and go through. So with that,
Yeah.
Randy, if you'll just go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and get started here. Yeah, we're definitely kind of behind on the agenda, but I think there's some quick things at the end, and there's one thing here that was kind of lengthy that I think we can handle a little differently, like through email or something like that after the fact. So I think I definitely want to put the time we need into doing these water evaluations this afternoon to make sure we do it right. So that's really the most important thing we've got on the agenda today. And I think Calvin did a pretty good job of setting this up earlier by providing some background information on, I think it's the 5 waters. It's about that, 5 waters that everyone went ahead and evaluated. What I'm going to do real fast is share my screen. I'm going to run through a presentation which is somewhat kind of outdated because it was based on the agenda looking a little different than it ended up being today, but that's okay. I think what this will do is kind of set the stage for the process that we need to go through for evaluating these waters. So let me get this going here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, yeah, it's coming up. I'll blow it up for people here. Kind of go through the water review process that we need to go through this afternoon. First, I'm just going to talk about kind of what's laid out in the handbook, just so we're kind of all on the same page of kind of the steps to this process. So there's really kind of 4 parts that are laid out in the handbook. The first one is the water has been reviewed and ranked by the council, meets or exceeds a minimum threshold score established by the council for its category. That's really kind of laid out in the Hepworth-Walker scale, which is the scale that people use to rate the waters, where more or less the points get added up and there's kind of a minimum value that a water needs to be considered a blue ribbon fishery. So we have to go through that process. Then we have to have a discussion whether there's any overriding issues that exist that would discourage the designation of a water as a blue ribbon fishery. So just some examples, and this isn't a fully inclusive list, but one example would be there's some legitimate concerns about the ability of the fishery to support increased fishing pressure that may result from a blue ribbon designation. And then another example could be there's circumstances such as structural work in the watershed or a rotenone treatment that could negatively impact the blue ribbon experience long term for that fishery. So what I'm saying here is we don't want to nominate a water as a blue ribbon fishery if the plan is to drain that water, for instance, next year to do some dam repairs. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Another part of this is that at least 1/3 of our council members have to attest that they've visited the water in the last 24 months. So that amounts to 4 out of our 12 council members. And the last one is designating the water as a blue ribbon water requires approval by at least 2/3 of the council. So it doesn't mean that people have to visit the water. It means that we will discuss the waters, we'll discuss the scores, we'll discuss people's feelings about the waters. We'll discuss if there's any of those overriding issues that may prevent us from wanting to list a water as a blue ribbon fishery. And in the end, everyone could vote on it. We need at least 2/3 of the council or 8 people to vote to approve that water for us to keep blue ribbon status for that fishery. So this is where it kind of gets a little wonky because we changed our schedule a little bit. But Calvin's going to present some information on those 5 waters. He's already done that, so he did that right before lunch. As council members, you've already provided me with water body scores. Again, I had you score them using the Hepworth-Walker scale. I got your scores, whether you did them through the Google form thing I did or you just sent me a paper copy. That's all fine. All I needed was those numbers really in the end, and I got that out of the information that you provided me. One thing I do want to provide for just full, I guess, disclosure on the scoring process is that the Hepworth-Walker scale has 12 scoring criteria in it. I only asked people as Blue Ribbon members to score 8 of those 12 criteria. The other 4 criteria are really more kind of fixed characteristics, so they require some information that really biologists know about the fisheries. And as a result, we've had some trouble historically having Blue Ribbon members score those. Blue Ribbon members have had trouble finding the information, or sometimes we've seen a lot of variation in scores when there really shouldn't be that variation because these are somewhat kind of objective criteria that we're looking at. So as a result, I actually had Calvin score these criteria since he knows the most about the fisheries. So basically, for everyone's scores, you scored 8 of the 12 criteria, and then I took Calvin's scores for the other 4 things and added them to your scores. And I'm going to show the spreadsheet with the scores here in the end. You'll kind of see how that works. But I just wanted to kind of point that out. I'll go through the 4 criteria that Calvin ranked here in a second. But anyway, 62% of the total available points in the Hepworth Walker scale are assigned by council members, and the other, I guess, 38% came from Calvin's scoring. So as I mentioned, there's 4 criteria that Calvin did score. The first one is fish population characteristics. So I think there's 5 things listed here. So the fishery having some unique species. Calvin brought up Huntington having that unique strain of cutthroat trout, for instance, and that would be a good example. Trophy fish, anglers certainly see trophy fish, but as biologists, as we're netting or electrofishing, we also have, kind of metrics that we run through that give us an idea of the trophic component of the population. So we've got that information. Whether there's a native sport fish in there, which really is primarily cutthroat trout, I suppose there could be other species like whitefish as well that might factor into it. Natural reproduction and having a diverse species assemblage. Basically, the criteria here is, he would count up the number of those things that apply to the fishery and assign the score based on the table you see down there. So, for instance, if 3 of those 5 things apply, 4 points would get assigned. The next one is shore access. The question is what percentage of the shore at the proposed water is accessible to the public. When we talk about being accessible to the public, we're not talking about easy access per se. This could be just it's legally accessible for the public to access that shoreline. But we've got the records and the information on that. And this has been one where we've seen a lot of variation in scores when council members did it. So we've kind of converted this over to having our staff do it because we're able to look at our data that we have in our hands and know what that percentage is. But you can see the points there. This table is kind of messed up. It's 4 total points. So if it's 81 to 100%, it's 4 points. If it's 51 to 80%, it is not 7 points. It's actually 3 points. If it's 26 to 50% of the shoreline being publicly accessible is 2 points, and then less than 25% of the shoreline being publicly accessible is 1 point. The next one is water quantity. Here, this one's water quantities are sufficient levels or protections currently in place with this water, such as conservation pools, in-stream flow rights, DW ownership, et cetera, are adequate to maintain water volumes or flows needed for healthy, productive, and accessible fishery. So again, this one's really related to having some knowledge about water rights, the water ownership, that kind of thing at the fishery. And then the last one is water quality. So beneficial uses for this water defined by the Utah Department of Environmental Quality, so that's DEQ, can be categorized as follows. They've got some criteria online where they basically rank the waters, and we're just lifting that information and applying it for the scoring. So anyway, the plan here is, with that background information, I've summarized everyone's scores. I'm going to show the scores here in a minute so we can look at them. We could see whether the waters have exceeded the threshold score. I think what we'll do is we're just going to do this one water body at a time. I think it get confusing if we try tackling all 5 waters at once. So I'm kind of envisioning a process where water by water, we'll go through and look at the scores, discuss what we need to discuss, and take a vote on whether we want to keep that water as a blue ribbon fishery. Yeah, Russ?
Needy is that, but so was there a problem with having a water or 2 that didn't have as many scores versus one that may have had a lot? I mean, does that cause any issues?
No. For the record, so first off, what I'm presenting is really just kind of the average score across the people submitted scores, so there's no zeros on there influencing things. But to get to it, if you look at kind of how even the scoring was, I think, and we'll get into this in a second, I think every water had 4 people score it. Maybe a water got 5 people to score it. There was one exception, though, and that exception was Straight Canyon, where only 3 people scored that water. So we can talk about that, but I think for scoring it was either 3 or 4, maybe 3 to 5. So there wasn't one that had like 10 people visited or something like that. Okay, is that all clear for everyone? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start showing scores, and I'll make this bigger because I know that's tiny for people right now. So the one I'm starting with is Duck Fork. I was going to take these alphabetically if everyone's okay with that. But we got scores. I'm going to have to make it bigger. Is that good enough for everyone in the room? So we got scores for Mike Fisher, Terry Hill, Rex, and Russ. So it's a total of 4 people scoring Duck Fork. what I've done here is I had you guys, if you use the Google Forms, use kind of drop downs. What I did is I took the drop down selections, took it into the Hepworth Walker scale and converted that to the appropriate number. But I had everyone rate the values that are basically the columns in white. So size caught, number caught, fish population characteristics where it's yellow. That was a score that Calvin provided. And you can see I used the same score that Calvin provided for everyone. Harvest potential, habitat management initiatives, those questions were all provided by the council. Shore access, that was provided by Calvin. Boat access, accessibility, and setting were all provided by the council. And then finally, water quantity and water quality were provided by Calvin. So you can see everyone's scores. But what I did in the bottom here is I tallied up a total score from everyone. So you can see Mike gave 71 points. Terry gave 75 points, Rex gave 78 points, and Russ gave 69 points. Average it all together, it's 73.25 points given for Duck Fork. And then if you look at the Hepworth Walker scale, the minimum scoring threshold to even consider a Blue Ribbon Fishery, 60 points. So it was well above that minimum threshold. So I guess the point is for this fishery, and we can have discussions about Duck Fork, but you know, if we're trying to apply what's in the handbook, we did have a third of people visit it. It did exceed the scoring threshold. So what that does is it makes it eligible for us to really have a conversation about whether we want to keep Blue Ribbon status on Duck Fork or not. And I think from there, we'll just kind of follow the same process for every water. But I think, you know, we can open up the discussion on people's feelings about that. We do need to consider if there's any of those mitigating circumstances that we talked about. And then in the end, have a vote where we need 2/3 to basically approve that we retain, in this case, Blue Ribbon status for Duck Fork. So I'm happy to just kind of open up to everyone for, you know, general discussion or whatever on that.
This is a beautiful setting. This is a beautiful setting. The fish are in there. I didn't catch any of the bigger ones, but I certainly got to handle them. Being at the fish trap, I don't know of any reason to remove it from the Blue Ribbon at this point, was my feeling.
I also think the uniqueness of the species that are there and, you know, what the division is trying to do as far as management is very appropriate for what we're doing. I agree with Rex. A beautiful setting, amazing setting. And it's not an easy reservoir to actually get to. I mean, you could get lost, as Rex said, if you wanted to, but, or not wanted to, but, you know. And I will tell you, my score was a little lower, but I wasn't fishing probably during the best times that I should have, because I was there with some friends. We stayed almost a week, but we were elk hunting. So I was out in the morning, I was out in the evenings, but I was on the reservoir in the afternoon. So there were people out there with tubes. They were catching a lot better than I was, and they were catching bigger fish. But I did get some pretty good bites that I couldn't land that were, you know, pretty good. So anyway, I like it.
Thanks, Russ. Anybody else have any comments on Duck Fork? Okay, I think as a council, we need to ask, is there any reason we wouldn't want to keep Blue Ribbon status on Duck Fork? This kind of gets to those mitigating circumstances. Yeah, go for it.
I would be this is Jamie. I would be interested to hear Calvin's recommendation.
Yeah, if you're there, Calvin, if you want to, you know, kind of chime in on your feelings of Duck Fork and whether you think maybe based off trend data or anything you've seen there, whether it's maybe the same quality fishery it was. And I think it was 2006 that this one was nominated. It's a pretty old one, but.
I actually think the fishing's gotten better since 2006. If I go back to the old data, there's bigger tiger trout in there now than there were in 2006. And how we manage that and why we manage it for the cutthroat and tigers, we manage it for larger fish for, you know, brood production and quality tigers. So yeah, I fully support it still being a Blue Ribbon.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, go for it.
So Calvin, isn't it Farron Reservoir that's just, you have to pass that to get to Duck Fork? I can't remember the name of the, yeah, I think it's Farron. But there was a lot of people on Farron Reservoir itself, but not that much traffic down at Duck Fork. Is that just because of the access Or is there another factor going in there? Because there was a lot of people at the other reservoir.
There's two factors. Farron, you can use bait, and so you get a lot of shore anglers who are out there bait fishing for rainbows and also cutthroat. And we also have brook trout in Farron. And so late season fall, you can get into some nice brook trout in Farron.
Okay, any other discussion on Duck Fork? Anybody, I guess, see any issues with Duck Fork as a fishery? Okay. Well, I think given that, we still need to take a vote. So I think, we probably need a nomination and a second on keeping blue ribbon status at Duck Fork, and then a vote by the council on that.
Well, I'll nominate it to stay on the blue ribbon list.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I think probably the easiest way to take the vote, does anyone disagree with keeping it online, or keeping it as a blue ribbon fishery? And if you're online, go ahead and just chime in. Okay, I'm going to take that as being unanimous, that we voted to keep Duck Fork as a blue ribbon fishery. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next one that I've got, and that's Huntington. So here we had 4 people score it. We had Terry, Rex, Dave, and Mickey all provide scores. I'm not going to kind of go through the scores. It's the same layout as last time, where, yellow, I've imported the scores from Calvin on these. If you look at the total scores, Terry gave it 66, Rex gave it 68, Dave gave it 67, and Mickey gave it 68. So a very tight range among everyone. That average is 67.25, and the scoring threshold for that water is 60. So again, it's above the scoring threshold, and we had at least third of the council visit the water. So it meets kind of the eligibility criteria for us to potentially, I guess, open up the discussion for keeping as a blue ribbon fishery. So again, I'll kind of turn it over to other people if they want to chime in, share their thoughts on the fishery, and we can have a discussion on, I guess, the merits, or maybe why we wouldn't want to keep it. So, or maybe it makes sense, piggyback on Russ's question, maybe we should have Calvin chime in first, and then let the council kind of go for it.
I'm actually really excited on Huntington and what the future has. With what our split could potentially do in there, and the quality of the tiger trout. I think this can be just one of the top fisheries, if not in the region, but in the state here within the next couple of years. I'm hoping for some 10 to 15 pound split coming out of there. If we open up some biomass, maybe our tiger trout will switch over and start eating some shiners and chubs also and get bigger too. But I'm fully supportive of keeping it blue ribbon. I think it's one of the first waters to ice over where you can still get a vehicle or a car access to for ice fishing. And depending on the time of year, the fishing is unreal. We've had some 30 to 40 fish mornings ice fishing it on early ice. So I'm fully supportive of keeping it blue ribbon.
Okay, any comments from the council on your experience there? So, reasons we should keep it as blue ribbon, or maybe, some detractions to it that maybe we need to discuss more.
One of the things that Cal brought up was that this is the opposite. There's good access to both Duck Fork and to Huntington, but in this case, the access is a very positive thing. And it's a positive thing at Duck Fork because you kind of got to have to wander around. It's a good road, but you got to be wanting to go to Duck Fork. Whereas this is a great place for a family to be. And so the access to me was a positive thing. And with the fish that are in there, chance to have trophy fish and lots of fish. So kind of a specific time. This would be one that as we're looking at, this is a great blue ribbon fishery, but kind of time it, because when we were there, the moss was up high enough. You really had to kind of work to get out past the moss line because the lake reservoir is low enough, but still a great place to be.
Okay, thanks, Rex. I know, Dave, you got your hand up. I'll let you chime in.
Yeah, I left Wayne County, Torrey, if anybody knows where that is, 4:30 in the morning so I could hit the water at Mammoth right at daylight. And this was first week of September, probably. And when I got there, I took my kayak with the intentions of doing some trolling and fishing out of the kayak. When I got there at daylight, but because of the access, so I'm gonna have to differ with Rex just a little bit, but because of the access, the water was low, of course, in September, which it should be, I guess. But the boat ramp fell well short of the water. And then there was a sign up saying there was beach beach shore there that you could actually back down and unload a kayak, but they wouldn't let you. A big sign there that says you could not. So access was awful for me, but I was determined. I packed my 80, 90-pound kayak to the water's edge, and I did fish it. Like Rex says, beautiful area. I've been by there, but I never fished it. Beautiful area. I fished for 3-4 hours. Only caught 2 fish, 1.5 pound, 2 pound tigers, trolling. But I did have some conversations with some locals, which was really encouraging. One of them had caught a 4-pound tiger the day before. He mentioned another guy that caught a 7-pound tiger the week before. Probably the time of year I was there, the water's still a little warm. Fishing, spring and maybe later in the fall would have been much better. But I loved the setting, loved the lake. Just the access was awful. I don't know, Calvin, if there's any way they can extend that boat ramp or provide access from the shore. I'm sure probably the accessing on the shore is side by side, ripping things up, but I would think they could modify that to allow delivery of a watercraft of some sort.
Yeah. So was the ramp blocked off entirely, or was there just a sign?
It was not blocked off, but you could back down it, but you were, I don't know, 20 yards in some steep rocky terrain to get to the water. You basically, it was just almost impossible to get a watercraft to the water from the ramp. So, I had a little dolly for my kayak, and it was, if some young man, some guy told his boy, go over and help that guy, because it was a struggle to get to the water. That was the biggest downside for me.
So we are looking at trying to extend that ramp. We're looking at the permitting right now with the Corps and looking in the future for funding through motorboat to extend that. So that is a future project that both us and the Force have talked about. Earlier this year, somebody had put a road closed and sign and blocked off the ramp. And we tore it down. The Forest, it got put back up, and then the Forest tore it down. So we don't know who was putting no access signs on the ramp up there. So we don't know if it was state parks or water users, or maybe I shouldn't speculate. But neither us or the Forest were putting no access signs. So that was something we knew this year that we encountered. So we're going to watch it again next year, and hopefully we have better water. It'll stay up longer this year. Typically what happens with water up there is in September, October, they will move water from Mammoth or Huntington over into Cleveland. And so that's when it drops below the boat ramp, is because they'll move it all over, fill Cleveland up first and let Mammoth fill in the spring.
Actually, Calvin, the sign wasn't the sign that I seen wasn't on the ramp. It was, I think, addressing the shoreline, and maybe that's the same sign they had on the ramp. But there was a guy come along. There was a side by side down there fishing, a couple older boys, and there was a local guy come along and says, "Look, there's a game warden setting up on the hill there, and you're not supposed to be out on that beach, and he'll come give you a ticket." He told these guys that, and I just can't imagine that they wouldn't let you access the water where you couldn't use the ramp, let you access it by the shore.
That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. So that's, that's something I can, talk to our law enforcement on about, but we've never have heard issues with that before.
When I was there, Dave, there were people launching off the ramp, so it must have been a bit before you were there, but there were, I'd say 5 or 6 kayaks that launched off of the ramp while I was there. So it wasn't past the end of the cement at all for us.
I was kind of curious, Calvin, we heard Dave bring up the access issue. You mentioned that that's usually kind of a fall-time thing. Is that an annual fall kind of thing? And I was trying to get how regular that is. And is it regularly full enough during the summer that people can launch a boat, or are there years where it, even in the summer, drops too low?
Most years the boat ramp is usable through the fall. It's just been the last 4 years with the drought, and the way they've managed Cleveland now is that last month, basically before ice up, they'll move water and we'll lose access in October, maybe September. But the last 4 years it's been dry, the ramp, just because of the drought conditions when snowpack's been only 70-80%. But typically, yes, you can launch. We've launched our 24-foot shocking boat up there in August before and had no issues.
Okay. Any other comments, discussion, anything like that with Mammoth?
Calvin, did you say earlier that's a Bonneville cutthroat that's in there?
Yeah, Dr. Shiazawa called them an archaic Bonneville.
Okay.
In one of our old.
Yeah, because that's weird. Shouldn't be there.
It shouldn't be there. It doesn't make sense. Don't know how it's there, but it is a Bonneville.
It is. So cool.
Yeah, that's the range of the Colorado River cutthroat it's in, but there's a Bonneville that lives there. We don't have stock in history or anything saying that it got there anything other than naturally. So yeah, I think there might be some geology that could explain why it's there, but it's still kind of surprising. I guess that's the place where you have a Bonneville.
They're naturally.
Yeah, and they're 100% too.
Well, it may be possible, they pulled a lot of cutthroat out of Utah Lake as they started disappearing and stuck them in various parts of the state. It may have just been back in the 30s. There's a possibility that maybe somebody went, well, we'll move them up there, but
you go back historically, I mean, there's a lot of fish movement, fish stocking, things like that happen in the state where there's very poor records, so you can't exclude that either. But I think genetically this one is kind of an oddball. It doesn't match up with other things around the state to make us think like, oh, that was a fish picked up from the Weber River and moved there or something like that. So it is pretty unique. Okay, any other discussion on this one? Is there any reasons anyone can think of that we shouldn't extend blue ribbon status? Any extenuating circumstances? Okay. I think with that, we could probably do the same thing. Take a nomination and a second if we want to keep blue ribbon status, then we'll take a vote after that.
well, I will nominate that we keep Huntington as a blue ribbon fishery at this time.
Do we have a second on that? Okay, Nikki seconded it. Okay. I guess we'll go ahead and take a vote. We'll do the same thing. If anyone, including those online, disagree, go ahead and speak up on it. Okay, I'm going to take that as a positive vote. So we'll go ahead and keep Huntington on the blue ribbon list. So the next one we'll move on to is Joe's Valley. We had 4 people score Joe's Valley. I got scores from Jamie, Dave, Russ, and Mickey. And if you look at kind of the total scores provided by people, Jamie gave it 82, Dave gave it 74, Russ 73, Mickey 75. Average it all together, it's 76, and then the scoring threshold was 65. So again, the average was well above that threshold, and everyone's scores they provided were above that threshold. So I guess we could follow the same patterns last time. We'll let Calvin maybe chime in on his feelings of this one being a blue ribbon fishery, and then we'll just open up to the council, see what people's thoughts are.
No, everybody stay home. I leave my Joe's Valley alone. I just want to fish it by myself. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a blue ribbon fishery in my opinion. So I think the data supports it, and the large fish and what we're seeing with our rainbows also is a very encouraging fishery.
Okay, thanks, Calvin. Any comments from this room or online? So council members. Yeah, Jamie.
Yeah, we fished it for a couple of days late this fall. Yeah, but I was just muskie fishing. I'm not the most knowledgeable trout fisherman, but we didn't catch any muskies, but we saw 8. And you know, if you've done any muskie fishing, just seeing one's enough to keep you going all day. So the only concern I had about the lake was it was very difficult to get a boat in at that time. We had to back way into we were at the end of the boat ramp and had to back a boat in, the truck in quite a ways, but I realized it's probably just the drought. But it had great facilities. You know, it was a beautiful lake, and I'd like to go back.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Jamie. Any other comments that anyone has about Joe's Valley? Okay. Is there any reasons we don't want to keep Joe's Valley as a blue ribbon fishery? Okay. Well, I think with that, we could do the same thing, have a motion and a second for keeping blue ribbon status for it.
Randy, will you remind me how often we evaluate these?
This is the first time that we've ever done this process, so I think our plan is to begin regular reevaluations as we've kind of hit this era of, I guess, fewer new waters being added to the blue ribbon list. We haven't hacked out a schedule for doing that yet, so it's something we need to talk about as a council, but I think I've worked this out such that we could kind of keep it this number of waters annually, and it'd be about an 8-year cycle, something like that. Yeah. So I'd imagine it's about 8 years before we get back to it.
My one concern with Joe's Valley would be water levels and whether it can sustain a conservation pool going into the future. But I think that can be evaluated as the situation arises.
Yeah, that's a good point. I should also bring up that we have the opportunity as a council, as we talk annually, which is one of our January meeting topics, to talk about waters we want to evaluate. If we have a blue ribbon fishery that's become one that perpetually has some kind of problem like water levels, we could sneak in, kind of an out of sequence evaluation, if that makes sense. So if 4 years from now we rethink Joe's Valley and we think it's not blue ribbon, we could jump out of cycle and look at it again. Okay, so I think, again, we're looking for a motion and a second on Joe's Valley. Okay, so motion from Russ. Anyone second that? Okay, second from Mickey. We'll go ahead and take a vote. Same thing, just speak up, whether you're online or here in person, if you have any issues with it. And again, that's issues with it retaining blue ribbon status. Okay. I think, again, that's unanimous. We'll keep blue ribbon status on Joe's Valley. Next one's Lower Fish Creek. So this one we received 4 scores. Our scores came from Terry Hill, who gave 69 points, Rex, who gave 66, Jordan, who gave 72, and TJ, who gave 47. But I think I forgot TJ. I have a missing value from, I might need to look at your scores real fast. I've got a bunch of zeros from you. Do you have, maybe help me if you got numbers for 6, 8, 9, 10 on you there.
For 6, I put no score because it's a management initiative, so I didn't know what to put on there.
Okay.
And then on 8, it doesn't have boat access.
Yeah.
And which other one did you?
9 and 10.
9 and 10. Accessibility, that's pretty hard.
Okay.
And the setting, I don't know how I ended up with a 0 on there, but I think it was supposed to be a 10. So that's the numbers I got wrong.
Okay, so what was the score on setting? Sorry.
On setting, I put my handwritten shows 0, but I don't know why I put that.
Okay. Well.
I think I meant 10.
Yeah, I need to look at the scores to see what the maximum is. So you want,
I'll have to take a look at that.
I'll bring it up real fast just so we can,
The setting, I put it on my own notes that I sent you, absolutely stunning setting.
yeah.
I don't know how I got that number when I transferred it over.
Okay. So for setting, which is 10, whoops, I went too far. Maximum score is 8.
8,
You want 8?
yeah.
Okay.
So maybe my zero should have been an 8.
Okay. Oops, I put 9. Okay. All that's going to do is just adjust your score upward. So you gave 55 points.
Yeah.
If I throw that in.
Even in the note, I told you it was an absolutely stunning
Yeah.
setting. So I don't know how I transposed that number.
Don't leave it at 0.
So,
No, it's a gorgeous place.
No accessibility.
Accessibility is a problem.
okay.
You want to leave that at 0?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that as is.
Yeah. Well, that's fine.
It's a tough place to get to.
Yeah, no, that's his opinion. That's fine. So anyway, so TJ gave 55. What that does is makes the average 65.5 points for it.
Threshold is?
55. So it's above the threshold. We had at least 4 members score it. So it's eligible to come up for discussion as a blue ribbon fishery. So I think what we should do is, again, open up to Calvin, let Calvin give his 2 cents, and then we'll go around as a council and talk about the merits of keeping or removing blue ribbon status for Lower Fish Creek.
Yeah, Lower Fish Creek. The fish are there. The fishing can be difficult at times. We understand that, but and everybody's concerned of access. We fully understand that, and we're actively working on ways to gain legal public access through some of that private property. Right now, we are in discussions internally on how easements or walk-in access funding can work with private landowners who are combined into land associations and in CWMUs, and who to contact and who to pay, and how that works when there's multiple landowners all part of an association, where if we can do an access through the entire association or versus one individual at a time. And so we've got some internal work to do before we can approach landowners specifically. We just want to make sure everything's legal and the funding's there to, pay the access through those programs. So we're trying to get better access, like I said, through below the dam. That being said, we do have the road that comes through our property down to Lower Fish Creek WMA. Every few years, we have our crews go in there and grade the road. I think it's on every 4 or 5 year basis. I have to check on that. So that road does get maintained. It just depends on the year and the rainstorms that come through to see how difficult and washed out that road can get. So that's something we're looking at also, is with our habitat crew. So, but as far as monitoring and as far as size and quality of fish, they're there. We see them now. If anglers, aren't catching them, that's another thing, but that's what we do see. Certain anglers who have fished that stream for a lot of years still are consistently picking up big fish. You saw those pictures from my presentation. So I feel like it's still a blue ribbon fishery. We just have a few kinks to work out on the access part that we're actively doing so. And the added benefit of TU and their water lease is just going to help that now from having a winter flow rate. There has never been, in the 50, 60 years or 70 years now of that dam operation, winter flows down through Schofield Dam, down the Lower Fish Creek. So that's going to be a game changer for us. So I think it's definitely worth the status.
Okay, thanks, Calvin. I guess we'll open up for comments from the council on their feelings of Lower Fish Creek.
Calvin, this is Rex. I have to, the access was really interesting. We drove down on the management area, and there's a few tight turns getting down there. The road was acceptable. Got down there, and there was a train parked right at the end of the road, and you had to walk down quite a ways past the bridge to go around the train, or you had to go underneath the train, and so that was a bit of a concern for me. And then I mean, we've got folks in there, you know, that CWMU permits are coming from us, and we can't get access in there. It seems to me like we have some leverage with going, folks, you know, you're closing this off so that you can have all this great hunting, and you stopped access for fishing. And I understand both sides of it. I've been in on this discussion long enough for several years now, but it seems to me like we have some leverage here that if that all of a sudden goes away as a unit for them to get tags for, that might have some impact on them. So I didn't want to score access as a 0. It is possible to get up there, but you know, to me, this is something that we seriously need to think about and address.
So the way this question is asked in our survey, it's very subjective. So I would score this high because of my desired angling experience. Because the question is this: the ease with which anglers and other recreationalists are able to get to the water can have a positive or negative impact depending on the desired experience. Which of the following best characterizes accessibility at Lower Fish Creek? Access is easy, maximizing the quality of the desired angling experience, or access is difficult, maximizing the quality of the desired angling experience. For me, access is difficult, that maximizes my desired experience, right? Or the second option is access is easy, limiting the quality of the desired angling experience, or access is difficult, limiting the quality of the desired angling experience. So it's a subjective question. So you guys' feelings on that are valid, but I would have an opposite reaction to that, because I don't want a bunch of people fishing there when I'm fishing. So I want the access to be difficult.
But we've got it so that the top end access, we have access from the middle, or we have access from clear at the bottom, which means that upper 6 miles of the creek from where we can drive in at the middle, that access has gone away. I don't disagree. That's a phenomenal place, and not having a lot of folks in there, I don't disagree with. But I think that having virtually no access from the top end, that changes this stream and experience. I'm not against the no limited at all, but this is none.
We have 2 access points.
Well, if it were up to me, I'd be the only person that could ever access any water in the field.
Yeah, I think all of us like that, right?
But when I looked at this criteria, I'm looking at it, we're putting out an advertisement, so to speak, to other people, and they got to know. And if access is really, it is kind of ugly to get there. If you don't have a truck, you know, with some good clearance and some good 4-wheel capability, and you head on down in there on that Lower Fish Creek, you may be spending 8-9 miles walking out. So my concern is, what are we telling the public? That's why I scored it the way I did.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think the
just an
place is
information
stunning.
exchange.
I mean, when we come around and you look up and down, it's a stunning place. But that's my concern. That's why I rated it as I did, and that's why I have some concern about keeping it as blue ribbon. And Cal's great, and you know, we even sampled the river trying to figure out how come we're not seeing fish where we should see fish, and there was very little insect that we were able to screen up. So maybe we just picked the wrong sample point. I don't know.
I think your winter flows are limiting production of not just fish, but of.
And the elevation, I think, is a big factor too. That's up there ways.
Yeah.
I know, Calvin, you got your hand up.
Yeah, one quick thing to mention is for that upper portion from the dam down to our property, the WMA. Historically, there was only one piece of property in there that was ever enlisted in walk-in access. Everything else, all through those other landowners, they just never posted their property. So we never have had an agreement. And so I would just mention, it could have been any landowner down there could decide to say, hey, I'm going to post my property now and close it. It's just up to this point, no one has had that desire to do so until the one landowner or CWMU operator felt like it. So we now, like I said, have to go through the legal channels and our process and within the division for access. And so, but in reality, we never had 100% legal, permission down through the property. Nobody just, posted their property, is basically what has happened. And just to add one thing to, to TJ's discussion of access down that road and everything. And I understand it's difficult. We've taken a 2-tanker hatchery truck down that road before and had to help yank on it a few times when it's been wet and muddy in the spring to get it back up out of there. So it's not an easy place to get in there. But not all of our fisheries or not all of our blue ribbon fisheries need to have a parking lot, asphalted, parking lot road to our fisheries too. I think the aspect of having some challenges into some of these remote areas is part of the experience and part of, having an experience of backcountry, type, fisheries. So I do agree that it's tough, but sometimes I don't think we need to have a concrete parking lot everywhere on all of our fisheries.
And am I right, Calvin, that, the access is, become increasingly difficult over the last couple of years because of this land ownership issue preventing access from the top, but that's an issue you're actively working on, so it could potentially resolve itself down the road and we could have the upper access again. Don't know when, but it's a possibility.
Yes, we're actively looking at it. There was even a piece of property for sale down there adjacent to that piece just this last year that we tried to purchase. Was looking at it just to gain access around that point. We weren't able to get that piece of property. So we are actively looking for ways to get people down there and get legal access. It's just, it's going to take a little bit of a process.
Okay. Any other discussion on this?
I just note that even though we have the access issue, TJ's score alone still achieves the scoring threshold. So
I just have one more question for Cal. Are we getting any feedback from the railroad that they don't want, that they're going to cut access? I mean, that's how I access the river, up and down, got on the railroad tracks. Have we heard anything negative from them?
We kind of have. They are adamant of not wanting people to walk up and down the railroad tracks. And so even down on our property, when I talked to their spokesperson, that they would even rather have us walk the edge or not even on the tracks because of how tight and narrow that is. They just hate coming around the bend and having people in the middle of the track and put their engineers and conductors in a panic like that. So they've said they'd have no problem with people crossing them, perpendicularly, but parallel down canyon, they don't like it. They've never ticketed anybody. They haven't, been aggressive, but they have warned people to please not walk down the railroad tracks because of the safety issue with their trains.
Well, I guess if we get to that point, we can bring it back up for reevaluation. There's nothing that says once you evaluate or reevaluate, you can't bring it up for another 5 to 7 years. like I said, I think the place is stunning. And I intend to go back, but I'm just got these concerns about it. But let's see how you do on access, and let's keep it going.
Okay, any other discussion? Looks like. Okay. Are there any reasons beyond this access issue that we've talked about that we might not want this to be a blue ribbon fishery moving forward? Okay, I think it's time for a vote. So, same thing. I'll take a motion and then a second, and then we'll have a vote on whether we keep blue ribbon status for Lower Fish Creek.
I'll move that we keep it as a blue ribbon fishery.
Okay, we have a motion from Jordan. Does anyone second that?
I'll second it on the condition that Cal guides me down there.
Okay, we got a conditional second from TJ, but I also saw Mickey's hand go up, so maybe that's a more formal. Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote on this. Again, same thing. If anyone disagrees that we should keep this as a blue ribbon fishery, go ahead and speak up, and that includes those that are online. Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and keep Lower Fish Creek as a blue ribbon fishery as well. Okay, the last one is Straight Canyon. So in the case of Straight Canyon, we need to kind of talk about how we navigate this. There was only 3 people who scored it. We need to have 4 people who scored it. The people who scored it are Jamie, Jordan, and Mickey. If you look at Jamie's score, he gave it 61, Jordan gave it 53, and Mickey gave it 66. If you do average those, you get 60 points, and the scoring threshold's 55. So in principle, it meets the scoring threshold, but it does not meet the threshold of having a third of our members visit the water. So I think from a technical sense, we could talk about, well, I think from a technical sense, we can't really vote today on whether we continue status with it. I mean, we can have a conversation about our maybe feelings about this and how we maybe want to resolve this. I guess hesitant to remove blue ribbon status because not enough people visit it, but at the same time, we can't keep something blue ribbon forever without reevaluating it. So
I'll do a guided trip, take everybody down there in one shot.
We only have to evaluate it by the end of the year, right?
I think that might be true. So we
have till the end of the year, and I've been down once and stopped the second time by a snowstorm, so I will go down before the end of the year, sometime probably the next 2 weeks. I fished this 3 years ago. I'm more than willing to go down. I think this is one of Cal's private fishing holes, and I don't mind fishing his private holes at all. So I just think we need to do it this year, and I think we could get people down there between now and the end of the year, and as long as you have a score before the end of the year, then we may have to reach back out and do this by email. Is everybody okay? As long as we get one more person down there, we just need the evaluation, right?
Yeah, maybe we can make a motion with a contingency that we get a 4th score that still qualifies within the scoring threshold.
Yeah, so I'm going to propose we discuss it. We go ahead and vote for it. I think this is what you're saying, Jordan. But it's not final until we get that 4 score, and the 4 score still keeps us over that 55-point threshold.
That's a good way to put it, I think.
Yeah.
If we
Randy,
don't-
will you scroll and let me see why I put a 0 on habitat? Maybe I didn't mark it.
Sorry if I misconstrued your score too. I don't know.
I don't know.
It's a possibility.
Because I think that's probably,
I mean, that's kind of your difference in score right there from the others is that 8 points
Yeah.
that they gave.
yeah.
Anyway,
If we don't get there, if we don't get enough
I
folks.
think I just put, I put improvements are needed, but they're unlikely to be completed is what I put.
yeah.
I think we need another option in there. Because I think that,
I totally agree, because I struggle with
yeah,
that particular one.
it's like, we need an option in there that says improvements. You could make improvements, but like there's no plans on making them right now.
Yeah.
So,
If we don't get the fourth person, what's wrong with rolling this over for next year? And it becomes one of the 5 for next year.
I'm okay with rolling that over, but again, I feel hesitant just to, we need to have some assurance there's an end line. We're not going to keep rolling it over every year.
No, but I'm just looking at a contingency if we don't get down there. If it continues to snow, I don't know if people can make it.
Yeah, makes it difficult. Calvin, I mean, this doesn't help with the snow issue, but I mean, Calvin did say it seems like it fishes pretty well this time of year and into the winter, so I think it might not be a bad option for visiting it later in the year, so.
Well, and Calvin said that even from the mouth of the canyon up, it was good fishing, that it was about 2,000 fish per mile. Well, the bottom of the canyon, you can get some access to. It's up under the dam that becomes so difficult because it's a pretty steep drop off the edge there to get down to the water. But I like what Jordan said. Oh, thank you very much. I like what Jordan said, that let's go ahead and tentatively approve it if with a fourth in there, because I think there's a good, I've gone down twice. I'll go down a third time. I thoroughly enjoyed fishing this stream, and it is gorgeous.
Yeah. I think what we should do is, I think that's what we're agreeing on. Let's have the same discussion we've had. It will do a vote in the end and see where it sits after we've kind of discussed it as a group. I'll let Calvin kind of go. Calvin, I know you got your hand up, but say what you got to say, but also include in there kind of your thoughts of keeping Blue Ribbon for Straight Canyon.
Sure. There are certain areas in that stream that I've fished in January and February, if you can get up to closer to the dam in the open water. So it can be fishable through the winter. You just have to, trudge through the snow a little bit up there. So you shouldn't have a problem right now with any type of ice or anything. And we didn't get too much snow, so you should be okay, Rex. So, but yes, I do agree. This is by far, I think, one of our best string fisheries in the region. And Rex is correct. This is like my private little honey hole for fishing. It's near and dear to my heart because I spend a lot of time on it the last few years learning how to fish for big browns in there. And so I hate to see more people on it for a personal, reasons, but there's a lot of good brown trout in there and some really big ones too.
Okay, thanks, Calvin. Any comments from the council on this water? Any reasons we shouldn't keep Blue Ribbon status on this? Yeah, Jamie.
Yeah, I don't have any reason not to keep it on the Blue Ribbon. I was just going to mention that, again, I'm not a real fly fisherman per se, but I have two sons that were fishing guides, our fishing guides on the Green River, have been for a long time. And I took them down there. I threatened them with their inheritance and then went down with me. And they were very impressed with it. And they fished some pretty pristine, pretty fine, pretty choice waters around the West. And they were impressed with that little stream. The only concern I had was the access. They didn't have any trouble notating those rock slides to get to the water, but I'm older and I was limited. Matter of fact, I fell down partway down that hill. And one of my sons who fishes steelhead, I think probably up in the Clearwater, said that just something, Calvin, maybe to look at. I don't know if there's a liability problem with this. He said they on those steelhead rivers, they use a taut rope system where they just have ropes that you can hang on to as you go down those slopes. So at least you don't break bones, fly rods. But they were impressed with the stream, and I certainly have to agree with Calvin's assessment.
Okay. Any reasons anyone has to bring up for not keeping blue ribbon for this water? Okay, no, you got something, Jordan?
No, I was just getting ready to make a motion.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and make the motion. We'll do the motion in the second and do a vote.
I'd move that we keep this as a blue ribbon fishery with the contingency that we get one more score before the end of the year, and it keeps it within the scoring threshold for blue ribbon.
Okay, got a motion from Jordan. Do we have a second from anyone?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a vote. Again, what we're voting for here is what Jordan laid out. So this is that we would keep Straight Canyon as a blue ribbon fishery with the contingency that we get one more vote by the end of the year. And that vote, whatever the score is, keeps it above that threshold of 55 points when we average it all together. So if anyone doesn't agree with that, go ahead and speak up. Okay. I think given that, that'd be unanimous as well. So again, we have that contingency that we kind of proposed putting in place at Straight Canyon, but basically the proposals, we keep it as a blue ribbon fishery provided we get that 4 score and we stay above that threshold. I think kind of moving along on the agenda, we've did really well there. I didn't know how that was going to go. We actually caught up on time, so I'm pretty happy with that. One thing I did want to ask everyone is how did the scoring process, actually, let me back up a little bit. The 4 score that we need in Straight Canyon, I need that by the end of the year. Anyone go fish. Maybe what I'll do is I'll keep collecting scores through the end of the year on Straight Canyon. You can submit them through that same Google link that I sent out earlier. That's still going to work. Or you can submit them by email. Doesn't matter. Or send me a text message. I don't care how you get the scores to me. If you use the Google link, drop me an email or a text saying that you put a score there because I don't get notified. I'm going to have to go look for them. That way I just know that there's a score there. So I can go dig that out and add it to the spreadsheet. Okay, sorry, I kind of got the cart before the horse there, but moving on, one thing I just wanted to ask, and this we could be real quick on this if we need to, or we could have more discussion if it's needed, but I did want to debrief a little on the scoring process this year. I just wanted to get people's thoughts on, did the process work? Can we do anything to make it easier? Do you have any suggestions? Anything like that? I'm gonna take silence as being nobody.
I got stuff to say on the scoring process.
Kind of figured you did. Go for it.
I thought most of the questions were pretty good. The harvest question's a little bit hard to follow. You've got 6 options there where you're just changing like one word in there. So it would be good to like highlight what the change is in each option so you can follow that a little bit better. I had to read it twice, but I'm not a good reader.
I agree completely, Jordan.
So that would be helpful. The question on habitat.
Sorry, George, just to clarify on that one, you're not really proposing changes. You're more proposing how it's laid out on the page. It just pops out a little better
just
what the
like
differences are.
Bold whatever is being changed so that it's a little bit easier to follow and you select the right thing that you mean to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does.
So us backwoods educated people can follow it. The next one is the habitat question. I think needs more options. Because you get no improvements needed, or improvements have begun and they'll be completed, or improvements are needed but they're unlikely to be completed. Maybe there just needs to be one that just says improvements are needed and could be addressed by Blue Ribbon Council or something like that.
Okay.
Because for Straight Canyon Creek, my score came out low because I put improvements are needed, but they're unlikely to be completed because there's no projects going on, right? And you could probably do some access, and I think access is what I was thinking about with that.
Okay. So you're suggesting we add one that says improvements needed can be addressed by Blue Ribbon or something like that?
Yeah.
I'll look at the wording.
I think those are the only two changes that I had.
Okay. No, I think those are good comments, and, you know, I think, you know, we've had conversations in the past about, you know, what to do with Hepworth Walker, you know, scale, but those are pretty minor ones for us to wade through. Any other comments on the process? Not just Hepworth Walker, but just how we did things this year. Go ahead and use your microphone, TJ, sorry.
I think we need to look at that, how we score. So for example, for me, look at number 6, management initiatives. You know, stocking regulations, fishing regulations, road known treatments. How can I answer that? I mean, I can't come up with that. Should be the biologist?
We could talk about that. Maybe some of these, the other way they handle it is having the biologist at the beginning of the year. So I'm talking kind of, you know, say like the March meeting or the June meeting or some meeting, you know, before you really get into fishing and scoring these.
Well,
looking at these criteria and making sure we give kind of an introductory presentation on these waters that maybe covers some of those things.
Well, that might help to get us some training so that we're more consistent on how we score. So my 5 is really close to your 4.8 or whatever it is. Because when I look at that, I'm going, I make that call.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, and especially where we're designating certain waters for that year, that if we could get the biologists in wherever those streams or lakes are. So if we knew that up front, then that becomes, you know, part of maybe the January or certainly not later than March, because you may be out ice fishing, so.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing it out.
No, that's a good suggestion. Yeah, I mean, we want this to be easy, and that's kind of why in the past we've had other questions where you had struggles from the council members. That's why we kind of punted some to the biologist to score. I hate to punt too much. You know, we might want to find out kind of some solutions, because I mean that takes away some of the ability of the council to score. You know, the more the biologists score, the less available points are there, and the less variation there is, and opportunities to descend on a score. Anything else?
Yup. We don't need to get into modifying a Hepworth Walker scale today, but at some point, I would like to see some hard number criteria from the biology be included in whether water is considered blue ribbon or not. Pounds per acre, fish per mile, numbers in, you know, trophy range, relative weights, something like that, that is a hard physical measurement rather than subjective.
Yeah. Well, I think one thing we could ask for, I mean, this would require us to dive in the numbers. I know these numbers make sense to you, Jordan, but, you know, making sure those numbers are kind of presented, you know, whether a management report's presented to the council or, you know, we have a presentation actually gets in the relative weights and PSDs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and Calvin presented most of those kinds of numbers today, but we don't have a threshold.
Yeah.
And I want to see a threshold.
Okay.
But that's a conversation not for today. Like,
yeah,
we're not set up in the agenda to do that. Just adding that so it's in the minutes and we can talk about it again in the future.
No, we could talk about it in the future. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. He's basically saying, you know, we need for biology terms certain thresholds. We need to have certain, yeah.
Well, in some ways, we've already looked at that too, because like the reservoir that you just brought back, Nick, we didn't vote on it till you got the biology back to where it was. And I'm sorry, I've gone blank on that.
Navajo?
Not Navajo. Kolob, yeah. So I agree. I think that's a good thing. Kind of have to make it relative to the water though, right? I don't expect, well, maybe Strawberry River would be, you know, once it's restored, 2,000 fish per mile or something. But, you know, on the other hand, Benny Creek may never have 2,000 fish per mile, right? So.
No, probably not. But and it can be, you can do it that way, or there's other ways to normalize the data.
Okay.
Yeah. Just another thought. We've talked about this before, and this is too big of a topic for today, but we've talked about assigning reasons for why a fishery is a blue ribbon fishery. You know, we could say such and such a water is a blue ribbon fishery because it's an excellent family fishing experience. This one's blue ribbon because it's a trophy fishing experience. But getting to kind of Jordan's comment, I think, you know, if we did that, that sets it up really well for the criteria. And if we're saying something's a trophy fishery, then we could have kind of, you know, some of our biological criteria for what a trophy fishery is injected into that kind of process. It's harder for, you know, like a family fishery, but I mean, if you look at the Hepworth-Walker Scale criteria, you know, there's a lot of things with access and other things that aren't biology related that factor into it, and those might factor harder into, you know, more of a family kind of experience. Okay, any other?
That's it, just a comment. Thanks.
No.
Thanks for entertaining.
No, it's good. The other one that came to my mind, Jordan, is, you know, particularly when we're reevaluating waters for some of the criteria, we might be able to pull, you know, just trend slopes, you know, out of it. Is it heading in a negative direction, positive direction, flat? You know, if it's flat or improving, that seems to warrant keeping blue ribbon status, but we need more justification if things are starting to kind of go the other way. But that doesn't guarantee that we should remove it either. It's still maybe a quality fishery, so.
Plot that against, you know, weather patterns as well.
Yeah, I like it. I
So,
think that's a good
anyway,
idea.
not for today.
It
but-
also flags where maybe we say, hey, biologists will throw money at helping to solve a problem that's causing a downward trend.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask this. You know, we're done evaluating waters this year, minus a couple more visits to Straight Canyon. Most of the water scores I received were probably September, October. People gave me scores, which kind of indicates that's probably when you're getting serious about fishing these, and that's fine. I guess what that I'm saying is that buys us a window between kind of now and next, say, June, when people probably get serious about fishing season, to refine the process. Do we want to embark in any changes? I feel like some of the changes you brought up initially, Jordan, the Hepworth-Walker Scale things, I can make those, and we could probably as a council just vote on them. They're just kind of wording changes. One was change how I bold some words and things like that. That's really, we don't need to vote on that. The one you had inject another criteria in there, that's pretty simple. But getting into these biological criteria, things like that, that's going to take a more in-depth discussion, whether, you know, we want to have a subcommittee or something like that that dives into that a little bit and makes a proposal before next summer. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there for something to talk about, or if we don't want to go down that route, but it's fine. So.
So I think the biological metrics is a good idea, but I think you will find it's going to require a fair amount of effort to have exactly what you want. Are you setting a ceiling or a floor? A lot of these waters have management plans, formal public management plans that already have metrics within them, so you wouldn't want to be conflicting with those. So anyway, my point is I think it could require a fair amount of thinking about it to get those.
And that's my concern. My concern too is when you again have the other criteria going in there, you know, something could be a worse fishery, but have, you know, awesome setting, awesome accessibility, things like that, and that could buoy the score and make it blue ribbon. And it kind of puts, you know, people's opinion on what a blue ribbon fishery is. I think people see it a little differently if they have kind of a mental image of what a blue ribbon water is. It's different to everyone, but that is part of the criteria, so.
Yeah, if you go pounds per acre, Utah Lake.
Awesome fishery. All
Blue
carb,
ribbon.
but
Bluest of them. Bluest of the brown waters. And can be fun to fish, actually.
Okay, any other discussion on this? Okay. I think based on what you said, Jordan, let me put a little thought into it. I mean, I don't want to open up a huge can of worms, but if there is something there, I don't disagree with you. I should put it that way. You know, I think there should be some criteria, but developing those criteria could be a lot of work. We might just want to think about how we do that. And
Yeah, I'm not proposing that we change anything without some serious thought.
yeah, it would take some serious thought and discussion. And I think if we were to go down that route, it would probably be some subcommittee came up with some recommendations and
Yeah, count me
voted
in.
on. So anyway, The rest of it, I think what I'll do is the Hepworth Walker scale that Jordan brought up, I'll just make some modifications. I think we can just vote on them next meeting, because honestly, it's one change that we need to vote on. That's the interjection of one more criteria for one of the scores. So I don't think that's too far-fetched right there.
No, and one that makes sense and
Yeah.
just makes the fishery better as we score on it. I was kind of wondering if you had some waters in mind. We don't meet till January 19th for next year. And if there are some waters that you had in mind for next year, because some of them might be ice fishing events, and we'll be midway ice fishing by the time we hit January 19th. I just wanted to ask Randy.
I haven't thought of anything yet. We do need to come up with those waters, though, for the January meeting, and I know what you're saying. You know, if we had them earlier, that would be a good thing. I guess I'll open up a question to the biologist. Are any of you already thinking you're going to nominate any blue ribbon waters this year, new waters that we want review on? I think I have to factor in, because that's going to add to the total number of waters, and we got to kind of balance that. So right now, I'm not hearing anything. I don't think that has to be set in stone until January. So you got time as biologists to think about that. But I think that opens up the door for us selecting, you know, probably 5 more waters to reevaluate next year. It's something we need to talk about as a council, and we could talk about that next meeting and decide then. I don't know. There's a lot that goes into it, honestly. You know, I think this year worked out great because we picked a cluster of waters that were all kind of central in the state, and they were all somewhat close to each other. But it's not like that statewide. You know, there's other collections of 5 waters that are far more remote, difficult to access, that kind of thing. And, you know, we've talked about, you know, I think between Rex and I, maybe TJ was involved, this is a long time ago, but, you know, how do we select those? Do we pick just another 5 waters? Do we pick them all clustered together? Do we send people to a region? Do we pick a mix of close to, say, Salt Lake waters and some further off waters to make some that are easier for people to evaluate with some that are harder to evaluate mixed in? We don't really know the right formula for doing that, but it would be nice to come up with a rotation and kind of a thought process. And I think that's something we could talk about the next meeting is, you know, what works best. We need at least 4 people to visit these waters, so we need to incentivize people to go visit. But, you know, we also, it's hard to do that if you pick 5 waters and, you know, 4 of them are different corners of the state and the 5th one's right in the middle or something like that. That doesn't make it easy. So. Anyway.
I know I appreciated that these were kind of in a cluster that you could kind of get to them, and, you know, a couple of trips you could get to all of them. So I don't know how other people feel, but I just as soon not have North Slope but the Uintas and Quail Creek in the same year.
Yeah. We may have picked the 5 easiest waters this year because it's very central for everyone, but and they're clustered, but that's okay. Okay, any other comments on any of this? Okay. So what I want to do now, and we've got time for this. I need to bring up something I don't have loaded though. What I wanted to do is, and again, this is kind of a discussion leading into next meeting, but one of the things we're supposed to do next meeting is talk about promotional priorities in Blue Ribbon for the upcoming year. So this is be 2023, things that we want to highlight, events that we want to hold, that kind of thing. And the intent would be we would bring somebody from outreach into that meeting and kind of have a group discussion of kind of our thoughts of what promotional ideas we have, and then take them to outreach and get their 2 cents on ideas and come up with in the end kind of like a list of this is what we're going to do this year, you know, and some maybe assignments on actions from outreach and our staff. But what I wanted to do, and I don't think we need to put a ton of time into this today, but spend a few minutes kind of digging into if anyone has any ideas of things, you know, do we want to do certain events? Is there, you know, seminars, fishing events, that kind of thing that we want to hold this year, so we could begin kind of getting some ideas on paper, so we have at least a game plan or a field of ideas we could take to outreach for the next meeting and begin discussing with them what's a good idea, what can you work with us for, that kind of thing.
I've got just something to throw out, more of a question. Our biologists and all of those folks, I mean, they're putting in a huge amount of time. They're working, as I've seen on this committee. But, you know, you have these angler groups. Is it of any value to send our folks to those and make presentations so that there's more of an exposure to BWR and Blue Ribbon? So for example, this thing of coming up with the legislature, that might be where we can generate folks to grab their torches and go up on the castle on the hill. I don't know.
It's something to talk about, and I think you're actually bringing up more of a promotional idea than anything, TJ. I think what the handbook actually says is, well, maybe there's the executive order. Somewhere it says something like, one of the goals of the Blue Ribbon program is to increase the public's exposure to Blue Ribbon fisheries and the value of the Blue Ribbon fisheries to the economy, or something to that effect. I know I didn't say that right. We focus a lot on public outreach things like seminars, but is that the best way to do that? And I think what you're maybe bringing up is another thing we could do, and that is go to the fishing clubs and use that route to make some presentations. And it does have a tie-in for generating public support for Blue Ribbon fisheries by doing that, and a possibility of, you know, getting to what Drew was talking about earlier, bringing more people in the fold who can, you know, go talk to their legislators and make them aware of, you know, the support that anglers have for LOA and, you know, what we're doing for fisheries in the state. So I'm going to write that down, actually, TJ. I'm just writing down ideas that people have. And you could go for it, Larry.
Yeah, I would say high country fly fishers, the guys, the biologists are really active, and they show up 3 or 4 times a year, and, you know, we'll do a presentation on strawberry, or, you know, a lot of stuff that we hear before it gets out to the general public. But I would give those guys a lot of praise, because they show up I don't know if they're getting paid or not, but they show up in the evening and give a nice presentation and answer a lot of questions, and it's very well received by our club.
Yeah, and I think as biologists, we're happy to do that, and we do it as part of our job. I mean, there's some outreach kind of things that we do, and that fits that role. I do think kind of tying in with TJ's thing, us as biologists do that kind of thing, but the conversation that Drew had earlier, that's a hard one for us to have. I mean, that's kind of a conflict of interest for us. So you could hear Drew's words, he was pretty delicate in how he said things. And, as we talk about the legislative stuff, I think the biologists in the room are going to have to take somewhat of a back seat on that. We could support you, provide information, but, some of the things, I'm not going to be the one standing in front of the legislature. That would get me in trouble. So even though I'd like to, but yeah, I mean, kind of tying into TJ's comment, the Blue Ribbon Council working with these clubs to make them more aware of, Blue Ribbon itself and some of the political issues that we face in our fisheries in the state, would help kind of build some support for some of our statewide programs.
While we're talking about that, Randy, the Loa hatchery, it would be a complete renovation of that hatchery. Is that correct? Is that what they have in mind?
I wouldn't even use the word renovation. I would say they are going to plow it over and build it all over from scratch.
So just a brand new super hatchery at Loa at the same location, basically.
Yes. I don't know how much you know about Loa. It's an old hatchery. It's probably built in the 30s, something like that. It's got New Zealand mud snails throughout the hatchery system, which is why we closed it down. And we've historically taken some efforts to remove New Zealand mud snails from the hatchery. They just haven't worked, and there's reasons for that. A lot of it's plumbing complexity and not being able to use certain chemicals and things like that because of groundwater concerns. But we've come to the conclusion the only way to get it back is to just plow it over and start over.
You had asked for suggestions. Two of the things I'd like to see outreach to is put together a program. The kokanee and the walleye have been ones that if we could interact with the folks with outreach, they have been our most historically popular. Fill this auditorium every time we have one. So that would be two that I think would be really great. And just me personally, I think if we held a really good fly fishing seminar, that might be, I mean, we could bring in some of our, post members of our, like John Schultz, so we've got Mickey here. I mean, we have the ability to put on, those would be, as I looked at the schedule, I thought those are three that I would like to see us bring in. And then a basic equipment one has always been really well received. Here's how you bait fish. I'm not aware that we've ever done one on this is how you troll. So those are my 4 suggestions.
Yeah.
Mickey, what do you get? I know you get a lot of folks that are fly fishermen. You're one of the best in the state, so people are going to come find you. But being at your location and stuff, are they 90% of who comes in to see you, or I keep looking at Walmart, and there's not this huge fly fishing section at Walmart, but there's this huge fishing section, and you go in there and you see the dads with their little girl, and that kind of stuff. That are we reaching out to them where we have these tremendous blue ribbon fisheries? I just from your retail standpoint, I don't have that view.
It's easy to reach fly fishers because a lot of them are involved in something else. So there's a group that you can contact them through. But the guy taking his little girl fishing, there's nothing really that brings them together as a group that you could address a group.
But is there a seminar or something that we could do that would be, could we put a whole, a community, maybe just a community fisheries, even though it's not blue ribbon, even though it's not blue ribbon, reach out to some of these people and stuff. And I don't ever remember in 5.5 years us having we're going to do a basics of fishing. And over the last 2.5 years, we've picked up 150,000 anglers. And I'm pretty sure they're not all fly fishermen or know exactly what they're doing at a kokanee boat. I'm just wondering, do you see some of that traffic coming in where you are?
Yeah, we do. In our business, only about half is fly fishing. The rest is gear. The community fisheries does do a program like that where they bring kids through, they used to, and learn how to fish, be able to bring the family in, learn how to fish, and they would go to one of the community ponds. And there's usually a group of volunteers there that'll help set up and help the kids fish.
I'm just wondering, hey, if you want to take your family up to Strawberry or Jordanelle or Deer Creek, we're going to do a blue ribbon seminar. And maybe 50% of your traffic might be interested in something like that. I mean, is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that are asking those questions, and where do we go to get that information? And we direct them again to the Community Fisheries Project.
I'll throw this out. I don't know if this is a possibility, but we have Free Fishing Day every year, and that's going to draw a large kind of part of that crowd. Whether there's some opportunity for Blue Ribbon to host a seminar or a fishing event that day or something like that that helps introduce some people to fishing. It might not be your traditional seminar. It might be more, Blue Ribbon members at a pond helping people rig their stuff up and, put worms on hooks and things like that, but at least helping some people so they're looking competent, functional, having the best chance possible to catch a fish while they're out there. Yeah, Russ. We got a couple hands online, so we'll go Russ and then we'll go Dave and Jamie.
I was just going to say, I really actually like that idea that you have. It seems like when that Free Fishing Day comes along, I always have plenty of time on that particular Saturday. And I never go fishing on that Saturday. So, but being able to do that, what you're proposing, I think would be a wonderful idea.
Could tie it with, a booth or, something about Blue Ribbon. And some cities have Free Fishing Day events, so it feels like you could kind of tie into one of those events and not have to organize it, just be there and be kind of a volunteer that day. Let's go Dave, and then we'll go Jamie.
When it comes to outreach and seminars, you guys, and Rex, you probably know this, a lot of the other guys are new. I've been around like 4 years now or something. I really think you need to keep Southern Utah in mind. You guys do seminars in Salt Lake all the time, which nobody from Southern Utah is going to drive up there and participate in. And we sell a lot of licenses in Southern Utah that go to Blue Rib to help fund Blue Ribbon. And to my knowledge, I don't know that we've done a seminar in Southern Utah. I'd love to see a kokanee seminar at Fish Lake. Kokanee are relatively new in Fish Lake. A lot of people don't know how to fish for them. It'd be a great outreach program. I just think Southern Utah gets overlooked and everything goes to the Wasatch Front.
That's a good point, Dave. And you're right. I mean, I don't know what percentage of the population lives down there. I mean, that's not the majority by any stretch of the imagination, but there's enough anglers down there to draw some interest. So, yeah, Jamie.
As far as I think there's just some good ideas, but what I was thinking as far as promotions is focusing on what the Blue Ribbon fisheries need. In particular, harvest to make the fishery better. For instance, starvation. We want walleyes taken out, small walleyes. I spent a lot of time there this summer, and I spent a lot of time at the cleaning station, a lot of time talking to other anglers, and I had a lot of unhappy anglers because they couldn't catch walleye. They wanted to catch the small walleye, but they come to the cleaning station, they come with the trout, amazing trout, beautiful trout, and they said, well, how do I catch the walleye? I can't catch the walleye. And we talked to them out in the boats, and they tend to follow somebody that is catching them, and they just can't put it together. And that's what's needed for the resource, is to take the walleye out. Another example is the small Mackinaw at Flaming Gorge. Ryan desperately wants people to knock those small lake trout down, and there's a lot of people who are out there. They have intentions, but they don't have the know-how to fill a boat up with those little lake trout. So I like the idea of promotions to accomplish what the resource needs. I think everything I've heard was good ideas, but that's kind of what I focus on as far as promotions. Promotions to get the job done.
I think that's a great suggestion, Jamie. One thing, and this kind of came to my mind because I've struggled with this, but every 2 weeks, we back it off a little in the winter, but every 2 weeks, I work with our outreach department to put together a Blue Ribbon related Facebook post. It's hard to come up with ideas. I mean, I have to come up with, 20 or so ideas a year, but I think what Jamie brought up is something I haven't tapped into that would probably be a good idea, to at least fill a few posts a year, kind of those places where we can use the public to help us out a little bit, particularly on the harvest end of things. Do we feel like, I've handled most of this, the Facebook posts are effective. It's kind of low-hanging fruit, I guess. Work with some people to come up with a list of topics and pitch that to our outreach department, and they put the material together. They just need to know the ideas, and I just have to proofread their 3 sentences or whatever they put together. So
I think doing something where with the Facebook posts, this is how you do this. Free fishing day, generally it gets some air a little bit before the free fishing day takes place. Maybe if we did a seminar 2 weeks before or 4 weeks before, and so that people get a chance to have a little bit of knowledge to maybe go buy some gear. You're not opposed to that, right, Vicki? If we do something like that, then we can help promote, because we have a tremendous impact on the economy of Utah as those that fish in this state. And I know it's been a while since we've had, I think it was 2015 since we last did an economic impact, but it's got to be greater than it was, because we've gone from 400,000 to 600,000.
Yeah.
So I maybe trying to put together something. This is when Free Fishing Day is coming up. We get the information out, then let people go do the free fishing. Most of us, I'm like Russ, that's not my favorite day to go fishing. In fact, I avoid it quite heartily. But if we could get people out and then they get fishing, then maybe our license sales go up and then we get more support for the overall angling process.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great suggestion. What was going through my mind is that I'm kind of the DWR's liaison for the most part for a lot of outreach stuff. So if you read press releases, it frequently has quotes from me. I think it'd be nice for maybe some article coming out next year, and it could be kind of a free fishing day prep one, or often we do kind of a fishing season kickoff post that kind of gets people excited about fishing for the year. Maybe tapping a Blue Ribbon member in place of me to, maybe provide some content for that post and maybe a kind of a fresh voice. It would give some Blue Ribbon, I think, press at the same time and allow maybe somebody else's voice to kind of come in and, highlight some things about fishing in Utah or whatever the topic is, why to fish or, what equipment you need to be successful fishing or whatever, we decide the post is based off of.
Rex really looks good in that shirt.
Oh, yeah. So does Russ.
It's mainly, written releases. So you just have to send an email with some information and they write it. But
I'm just wondering, I'm trying to think through the handbook. Would it be possible for us to, like the kokanee viewing at Fish Lake, any posters or something like that we could go down and do a small seminar and, maybe have some sort of handout or something that, or maybe do it up at Strawberry, so that we have Sheep Creek. I don't know how many people we'd have show up at Sheep Creek. That's a bit up the canyon at Flaming Gorge, but certainly Fish Lake and Strawberry. Is there something we could do, Blue Ribbon? Is there a little bit of funds available so if somebody showed up, they get a hot dog or something? I don't know if that's within our spending. I can't think of a no, but I can't think of a yes inside the handbook is what I'm thinking right now.
yeah, they got state policies as well. I don't know about the food thing, but yes, I mean, there's some options there where I think we could come up with something that wouldn't spend a lot of money on it because we've got our admin budget, which is for that kind of purpose.
I'm just thinking the kokanee viewing, that makes a really good place to have a seminar. You got folks there watching, maybe bring in a few folks that know how to fish for kokanee, and then have some Blue Ribbon people there, to kind of explain some of that stuff. Might be a really good way to, promote Blue Ribbon at a Blue Ribbon location.
No, and I think some comments on, the idea of doing a kokanee viewing day is that one thing that excites us about kokanee and having the viewing days as fisheries people is that statewide, we only have one viewable wildlife species, and that's kokanee for people to go see. We're not like the wildlife side of things or the terrestrial wildlife side of things where people would go see deer, elk, bears, whatever. We've got kokanee salmon. Everything else is underwater and hard for people to see. So we get a lot of viewership people. We get a lot of families and things like that go see kokanee salmon. So I think it's a great opportunity. But the clientele we get there are, I think, we've never tested this, but a lot of kids, a lot of families. There might be a lot of non-anglers there as well. I wouldn't be surprised if the majority are non-anglers. So it might be a better seminar or topic. Might actually be that's where you use kind of the hook to get people just into fishing with maybe just a little bit about kokanee while they're there or something like that.
And back to that free fishing day too, you could actually, do a post where, these free fishing or the Blue Ribbon members or whoever will be there to talk about, introduce people to fishing and so forth. Like, East Canyon, Russ will be at East Canyon on that Saturday. It's just an easy place to go. It's just what comes to mind. And, come to the state park, blah, blah, blah. And so that could be accomplished through a post and then, they come to the activity up there.
Anything else? These are all good suggestions. We don't,
Who are the people that are looking at your Facebook posts?
anglers and hunters.
So, yeah, is it all level? If we're trying to bring new people in, are they the people that would see it, that would know it?
To be honest with you, we've had this question internally, and I told you our Facebook, has anglers and hunters. I strongly suspect that's the case. I don't know how much of the general public is on there. It would be nice to know, but you make a good point, though. If we're looking to bring in, some new people to the sport, that may not be the audience. Our Facebook, we may have to find other avenues for bringing in some people.
Well, one of the things is, Vicki, is that you just got to spend time with Adam, and generally he spills that free fishing day actually spills into regular news. And if I think Adam would be willing to work with us and go, hey, I'll spill that in and kind of make sure that the general news knows, hey, not only is there free fishing coming up in a week, but there's a seminars going to be held at these locations. That's a nice public interest thing, and we at least have some sort of access, at least to Channel 5, and I'm sure we'd want to share it with any other channel. Particularly Channel 2, I've gone blank. Gary, yeah. Gary's always willing to work with us, so maybe there's some way that with us being able to interact with them sometimes on a not on the air basis and sometimes on the air, maybe we can, recruit being with them a little bit. That'd be something that like you could do, that I could do, where we both have some interaction with them anyhow.
Yeah, KSL has their calendar page where you can put anything on there. They don't charge it. You can put anything you want on there, outdoor related.
Yeah.
And they'll list it, so then anyone that's looking at that page can see what's coming up. And Adam does talk a lot about it. And he lets me say whatever I want to also.
He's always, in fact, the Willard Bay one earlier this year, he was great about promoting Blue Ribbon, while we were doing the walleye one. So I think, and Gary, I've been on numerous trips with Gary, and he's always great about that. So maybe we could just use maybe we could just use some of the media contacts that we have to see if maybe some of this could be promoted just a little bit better than what we're doing right now.
Yeah. No, I think that would be good if we could tap into those people. I mean, they're not going to be able to say Blue Ribbon in every story that they do, but if we can get them to, plug it whenever it makes sense to plug it, that'd be beneficial. Okay. Anything else? Again, we're just kind of spitballing ideas here, and then we'll talk more with outreach and try to formulate these during next meeting into maybe more of a plan of what we will do, because we can't tackle all this stuff in the upcoming year.
So I think this fits in here, but Rex mentioned the economic study, and I know at times we've talked about redoing that. Where are we? I can't remember where we're at. Is there a plan for when that would be redone or anything? Or?
Yes, there's a plan. So I have been conversing with Dr. Man-Kyun Kim, who's the guy who did it in 2012, I think, up at USU. I've got a proposal in my hands from him that we will be dropping in front of the council this upcoming year for consideration for funding an upcoming assessment for the next fiscal year.
That's awesome, because that's really useful for applying for grants, project proposals, or when you have issues come up, like, we had some issues in Bicknell Bottoms and, like with Loa Hatchery, if you can point, there's large groups of people, if you can point to how significant the dollar amount that angling brings, especially in rural communities, it's really important.
Yeah.
So that's good to hear.
Yeah, so I've got this in the bag this time. I mean, it's cute. I've got the proposal. I just need to put in WRI and press submit, and we're done. He would start June 1st, so the fiscal year start next year. I guess July 1st is the fiscal year start, and run through June 30th of the following year. So we would have results kind of midsummer 2024 for that. So it's too early to talk about that, but I think in terms of promotional, once we have those results, it'd be nice to plug that as much as we can plug that to highlight the impact of our fisheries.
You said there's a 2012 study?
there's a 2012 economic survey. It shows the value of blue ribbon fisheries in the state, but that was the last time it was done. I can get you if you want a copy of it. Yeah.
Was the study only blue ribbon waters or all waters of the state?
It was all waters, maybe not all waters per se, but it had a heavy focus on blue ribbon fisheries, but it included other waters. And what it really did is showed the additional dollar amount that people are willing to pay to fish at a fishery that is a blue ribbon fishery in terms of, what they'll spend for gas and trip expenses, things like that. I think it was something like $8, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it's actually, something like 10, 20% more to have a blue ribbon experience versus a non-blue ribbon experience on a fishery.
And it went through and it estimated, the total value that was brought into a community. It included things like gas and restaurant visits, hotel stays, and everything. So especially for the rural areas, they were big numbers that it was bringing in. And then, so many, I'm just thinking in our region, so many waters have changed or been added that I think it'll be it's needed. It's getting to be pretty dated.
Don't take this to the bank because I've heard this, and I don't know if I can corroborate this stat, but in terms of tourism to our state, number of dollars that fishing contributes to our economy, I think we're number 2 to skiing in the state. We're far behind skiing, but we're number 2. And again, don't take that to the bank. I might be wrong on that, but we're way up there. So we do contribute a lot as a sport. Yeah, Calvin.
Down here in Emery County, they have their millside ice fishing tournament. I know it's not a blue ribbon fishery, but their one ice fishing tournament, they feel like they bring in $15,000 to $20,000 for the county, for the businesses there in one weekend with that ice fishing tournament. That's why it's sponsored by the county. So like Nick said, these rural counties, these remote fisheries that are, really good, it brings the revenue in, and these communities are relying on it. So yeah, this study is really good for us guys who are out away from the Wasatch Front.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think both you and Calvin make good points. If you look at the distribution of fisheries in the state, we do have, some Jordanelles and Utah lakes and things like that that are in our backyard, but the bulk of our fisheries are in rural parts of the state, and we're bringing a lot of money to those parts. So, okay, anything else on this? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these ideas. I'll probably flush them out a little bit. My intent is to have at least a person, hopefully a few people from our outreach section at the next meeting. We'll bring these ideas back up, but my plan is to sort of discuss this more fully with them in the next meeting and try to sort of flush these ideas out and come up with a game plan, here concretely the things we're going to do in 2023 to highlight fishing here in Utah. And again, kind of have that game plan moving forward and figure out what role our outreach section plays into it and what kind of steps that we're going to take to help lead this effort as well. So that's the game plan here. Okay. Anything else on that before we move on? Okay, we got ourselves from being like an hour behind on our agenda to 6 minutes ahead, so we're doing well. The last things are going to be pretty fast, I think. I don't know. Next one is last meeting. I brought forward a revised version of the Blue Ribbon Handbook. I don't think there was a lot of big changes made to it, but I think it came out right before the meeting. Nobody really had a chance to look at it. So what I've done is given everyone an opportunity to look at that. I wanted to see if people had any comments on that, and then if we want to, take a motion and have a vote to approve that as kind of our new handbook moving forward.
Well, as I read through it, Randy, I didn't see anything in there that we couldn't or shouldn't be doing. And so I thought there were changes that we could move forward with, and that's my feeling on the changes.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments? Any questions, concerns?
No, I read through it also, and because I'm new to this, It made a lot of sense, and it looked good to me.
Okay.
I
Okay,
scanned through Randy and it looked fine to me also.
okay, thanks, Dave. Anybody else have anything? Okay. Well, do we have a motion?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I
go.
thought it looked good, Randy.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Okay, do we have a motion and any second on adopting that as our revised handbook?
I'll move that we accept the changes as we proposed and the rewrite of, well, it's not a rewritten, but the modifications of the handbook.
Okay, we got a motion by TJ. Anybody else want to suck on it?
Second.
Okay, I got a second by Jordan. Oh, okay, so Mickey and Jordan second and third. You guys get Rochambeau for who gets the second. Okay, well, I guess take a vote. Anybody disagree with that? We'll just do the same negative dissent thing. Okay, we'll go ahead with that in the handbook. I feel bad, Rex. We moved on to the agenda, and I kind of hijacked it from you here. So.
Everything down here was on you, so.
Okay, next are Blue Ribbon volunteer opportunities. I think we have that spreadsheet that's been going around. Has everyone seen that spreadsheet? There probably aren't a lot of fresh ideas on there because it's winter, but do the regions have anything they want to bring up as maybe a volunteer thing, again, given that it is winter and kind of end of the season?
Yeah, our club in cooperation with the Utah Lake Restoration Project's doing a willow cutting project Monday, if anybody wants to come out from 9 to 11 on the Middle Provo. So we're trying to get 1,000 willow sticks for the Provo High School kids to put in down there.
Where are you meeting for that, Larry?
We are meeting at Lunker, what do they call that? Lunker cutoff there. Let me get the directions over to you right now, Rex.
And that's from 9 to 11?
9 to 11 on Monday. Bring your own loppers.
Okay.
Here we go. Let me get this over to you, Rex.
Okay, anybody have anything else on the volunteer end? Yeah, Natalie.
I think there's a couple I can think of. So I presented to Rocky Mountain Anglers the other night on some unique fish habitat structures that I think that they're going to partner with us to build for starvation for kind of some propagation of aquatic plants. I'm trying to set up everything with them, but I think we'll probably try to do some build days somewhere in Salt Lake. Once we get that all planned out, I'll send out a note to the group, and if someone wants to come help, they're basically PVC structures that I've got plans for from Arkansas Game and Fish. So we'll be working on those. That's going to be an opportunity to help build those. And then we have an ice fishing clinic in conjunction with Disabled Outdoors Utah on January 14th on Steinecker Reservoir. So if someone wants to come out and help our disabled anglers and anyone who signs up just kind of for the beginning ice fishing clinic, that's an opportunity for you to get out on the ice and directly work with those anglers and help them learn the basics of ice fishing. Those are the two I can think of right now.
January 14th, Natalie, was that correct, at Steinecker?
I believe so. Let me check the calendar. That should be a Saturday. Yep, January 14th.
Okay, anything else? Okay, well, we got those noted, then we got that list online. I'll make a pitch to the regions. I think, probably February-ish to start reloading that with volunteer ideas as, you know, the field season starts coming on and some dates come into focus. But like I said, I think it's going to be pretty thin on that stuff for now just because of the season. Okay, so next thing we have, review of our budget, which I really don't have any updates since the last meeting, but I'm going to throw things up here just to kind of remind people of the projects that we funded for the upcoming year. Second for my screen to come up.
While you're doing that, Larry sent me the link, and it's approximately a half mile north of the White Bridge parking lot is where they're going to meet on Monday morning from 9 to 11.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I'm just going to run over the projects that we funded for the upcoming year. This is really the same list I showed you last meeting. My intent for future meetings is I'll show you how much has been spent on each project. I don't usually start getting those updates, though, until the springtime because there's usually few expenses through the fall on these projects. So it's usually kind of later in the year when we start seeing things finished and I get more focus on kind of what the budget is looking like. But anyway, we did spend $100,000 on the reconstruction work of the Navajo Lake spillway, and I think, Nick, you said that's done, so that's really been spent out, which is awesome. We got the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Biologist 2 position we throw money at. We've got some habitat work that Nick does down this year. I think he kind of rotates waters, but the Upper Sevier River, doing some just miscellaneous habitat improvements down there. We've got the Blacksmith Fork Fish Passage and Habitat Restoration Project. So we threw money at that. I don't know if Clint's on and wants to chime in, but there's been some emails lately about that for engineering coming back being way over budget, like 100,000 or something more than we've got. So we've had some internal discussions on how we could fund that or look at other options for that. I think one it's come up is I think it's this money's for the reconstruction of 2 barriers or diversions, maybe just doing one this year and then worrying about the other one in a future year and keeping it within the budget we've got. But are you still there,
I'm
Clint?
here, Randy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we've been talking. I have tomorrow the engineer is going to meet with the contractor. I was trying to figure out how the bid process worked because the engineering firm and the irrigation company put out the bid themselves. We didn't have a contract signed. They were trying to get things moving. So they had one bid come back. We've cut about 75,000 of that by taking out the automation. And the engineer thinks that we can cut maybe 22,000 of the remaining 25 by having our heavy equipment crew who's going to be there in February do the remaining rock work. So we may be able to get by pretty close and not have to hopefully we'll be able to finish everything this year and have everything done this winter before flows hit. And we're just going to have to go with what we have. Next year, the Hiram diversion is slated for construction. So we're working with them as well. Dorito has about $75,000 to go that way, I think, to help them. So anyways, right now we're looking okay. I'll have a little bit better idea after the engineers meet with the contractor tomorrow. I've already got rock being delivered. Hopefully they're almost finished with that. And then our guys can get in there in February and do all the rock work. Pending the bridge is still standing at that point. We've had some additional issues. So it kind of sucks. It's been a heck of a project. So, but we're kind of close. We're kind of close. So thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you, Clint. And that's good information. That sounds better in the emails I saw last week about it, where I think he was talking 100,000
Yeah.
or something in the hole.
Yes, we've had some meetings. We've really pulled things together and tried to slim our waistline as much as possible. So
yeah,
hopefully we'll just continue to move forward and we'll get some of this stuff headed down the right way. So,
Yeah, and it,
but thanks.
yeah, no problem. And it sounds like, given the cuts he was talking about or the modifications, that they'd be within a few $1,000s of budget. So that feels a lot better than 100,000 off. Okay, we got
Yep.
Upper Price River watershed. I think, Calvin, you could chime in if I misconstrue this, but I think this is kind of a menagerie of both upland and kind of watershed improvement stuff in the Upper Price watershed area. I think maybe it even includes the spillway thing on Schofield as well in that same project, I think.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Next one's Huntington Creek limiting factor analysis. That's really kind of a study looking at what's going on with natural recruitment in Huntington Creek and looking at what we can do to bolster that, what kind of habitat improvements are needed. So this is kind of a pre-study to look at some upcoming habitat work. So we'd probably see some additional proposals based off of this down the road that would come to Blue Ribbon for actual habitat improvement projects. These next three, the Blue Ribbon monitoring phase 3, and you see Flaming Gorge, Jordanelle, Lower Provo River, and Schofield Reservoir. These are all kind of Blue Ribbon inputs to some creel surveys that the DWR is running. I don't know the status of these. I know Flaming Gorge, I believe, starts January 1. I think, Tyler, you said the Lower Provo one starts about that same time. And I'm not actually sure on the other two kind of start dates, but I think maybe more spring kind of surveys, which is fine.
We finish up Schofield in end of December, Randy.
Oh, okay. Well, Schofield's done then, so we'll be seeing a report eventually for that one. So, then Flaming Gorge, Lower Provo are starting soon, and I think Jordanelle might be a spring one. Okay, Northeast Region Sportfish Internship Program. That just helps Northeast Region hire some interns to help them with some field work. Blue Ribbon Program Administration. This is the money I keep every year. It pays for lunches, or if you guys want signs made, shirts, that kind of thing. It all comes from this budget. So I usually keep maybe 7,000 to 10,000 in that budget. I don't have a specified amount. Usually what I do is kind of balance out where our projects, how much we could fund and what's kind of close to $7,000 to $10,000 I keep. So it bounces a little bit around every year. Stream restoration training, we always contribute some money along with Habitat Council to send some of our staff to Rosgen and some other trainings that teach people about how to restore streams, as the name implies. Next is Recapture Reservoir Recreation Improvements Phase 2. So this is one of Calvin's projects. Recapture Reservoir, I think, Calvin, you could tell me if I'm wrong on this. Some boat ramp improvements, and one of the ramps down there is kind of what this project covers, at least this phase of it. Next, what's that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Next one, Strawberry Reservoir Co-op snowplow. Every year we throw a little money in to help some snow plowing efforts at Strawberry during the winter months to keep parking lots open so people could go ice fish. And then we threw in some money for some road gnome purchases. And then as it stands right now, I've got $200 that haven't been budgeted for the year. So that's okay. We want to have things budgeted. We want things spent out. Previous years we've had $20,000 or something like that to deal with that hasn't been budgeted, but it's not going to be that way this year. Probably the one that we've got is my admin budget, that it's 8,000 or something this year. I probably won't spend all of that, so there'll probably be some money there. And then what we often do sometime toward the end of the fiscal year is we start asking the regions, how much are you actually going to spend out of your budgets? Are there any projects that were canceled, underspent, that kind of thing? And we're able to kind of pull that money in and do some stuff with that as well. So, yeah, Russ.
Yeah, so budget-wise, like on Navajo, did it come within budget, or
It was under budget. I forget the exact numbers, but yeah, the bid was a lot lower than we were anticipating. And I just don't know enough details on if all the Blue Ribbon money is going to get spent on it and then the remaining's left for Habitat. I don't know those details.
Yeah, and they usually apply that proportionately. So if you spend, say, 2/3 of your budget, they'll end up spending 2/3 of the allocated Blue Ribbon money on it. So
does that give you some flexibility to help other projects, maybe Clint's or whatever?
It does. So again, probably about March or so, I'll start really bugging the regions, and they probably hate me when I do this, asking, how much have you spent? How much do you have left? And then what I start doing is shuffling money around. So if, say, Clint needs extra money and Nick's got some money left in the bank from Navajo, then I might move some money over to Clint to help him out. So there's some of that stuff that kind of happens, kind of March, April time of year. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I think the last thing I've got is, we've done, I think, 2 meetings now under kind of this new format. Normally we meet basically monthly, but we've hacked out a whole lot of meetings. So we last met in June. Meeting structure's a little bit different, I think, than it's been. We haven't been through a full year of kind of what the new meetings look like, but I just wanted to ask people, how is this going? Is this going well for people? Do people have suggestions? Do you feel comfortable with this? I'm just looking for any input that you have. I think, we came up with a new process. I don't think we ever said that process was set in stone. We can make some modifications to the process if people think there's some modifications that should be made. So I'm just looking to hear from people. It looks like Russ is chomping at the bit.
I'll just be funny and brief, but I mean, there's been times between this break that I've panicked, like, oh my crap, I've missed a meeting or something, but yeah.
I know we have folks that have to travel, but it seems like today the biologists were, rushing to get their presentations through. And we got pretty good detail. I don't know whether we want to change the time of starting, time of ending to give them enough time to get the reports in they want to get to us. Other than that, I think it's worked out so far.
Yeah, I think that is a good point. And I feel like, I mean, we've traditionally spent a lot of time on the regional reports, and I don't want to cut them short, but I also, we've got other things to work on as well. So I do think that's a good suggestion, TJ. I do feel like we definitely shortchanged those. We ended up on time. We could have given people some more time, but you don't know that when you're kind of going through the agenda, how much time you're going to have. And for this one, I had no idea how long the water scoring was going to take. If there was a ton of discussion, that could have taken up the whole meeting, but there wasn't. So we kind of stayed on schedule. But yeah, I think looking at these agendas down the road, I may look at the times a little bit, and probably what I would do is maybe start a half hour earlier, end a half hour later kind of thing. Something like that, if that works for people. I know that's hard for travel for people coming from south, but we could look at it. Yeah, Jordan.
I don't think we would have needed it. I mean, we spent the first 40 minutes of the meeting talking about Loa Fish Hatchery, which was not on the agenda. And, you open that up, it gives our biologists plenty of time to give their report. But I actually like that we had a detailed report from Calvin and then brief reports from everybody else, and that can rotate around. That works for me. I don't need the super detailed report every month.
What do people think about that? I mean, I see what Jordan's saying. I mean, I think we got 4 meetings a year, I think, under the structure. We got 5 regions. We could double up one meeting and just assign each region to give a report, kind of like Calvin gave. Go through your blue ribbon fisheries, give a slide about each one, some pictures, and then the rest of the year, the regions just give a quick 5-minute, kind of overview of what's going on.
Well, the overview with the new handbook, the representative for that region's the one giving it anyhow.
Yeah.
So that could make it a little shorter. I've kind of missed that we had a large gap. I would like to at least consider maybe having a meeting in September, go from the 4-meeting format, because of where we have that big gap, have one before we get into the hunts and then one after the hunts. I think that's a good thing. We all are outside people, so, but I would like to, and if we did that, then that would give us, it spreads things out just a little bit more, so we're not quite as busy in every meeting. But that would be a suggestion for me. I have a September meeting, so that we'd have January, March, June, September, November, 5 meetings, and just a touch more. Plus, it's kind of nice to meet in person and see each other, and it gives you a chance for interaction that you don't have otherwise. So I wouldn't mind. Of course, I came from the 12-a-year format, so this seems really big, but.
It is a long gap, and it's kind of crazy that now we're going to meet every other month for the next.
Well, yeah, then we met
like that,
January, March, and then we're back to June, a couple of months there, but I wouldn't mind seeing us go to add a September meeting, and then that kind of spreads out the whole format. And I like what Jordan said. That was a nice way to do it for the region. I really did. And Cal did a great job covering it.
I'll throw out a suggestion. I think maybe Jordan, you look like you wanted to say something, but I think maybe we should give this a year, see what it kind of feels like, see where we maybe feel rushed in meetings, where maybe we dropped a ball because we didn't spend enough time talking about something. And then, right now, I haven't really put any thought into it, but, nothing's jumping to my mind of like, this would be the topic for that September meeting. But as we go through this for a year, we might say, we really shortchanged this topic. We could have, another meeting where we talk more about this, so.
That's pretty much what I was going to say. I was going to say, if we're going to add a meeting, it needs to have a purpose. And I think right now, the way that we've outlaid the meetings, each one is purposeful. And today, I think that we've had really good, productive discussion. There are times in the past when I've walked away from this meeting going, I don't know what we accomplished today.
Yeah. And I think maybe we'll get a formal assessment. We'll have the same conversation come next June when we've done this for a year. And we could decide then. I think then we'll really know where we maybe kind of dropped the ball. Honestly, this meeting went well today. This was the one meeting of the year I was most nervous about getting everything in, and we did it, so. Anybody else?
Randy?
Yeah, go for it, Dave.
Personally, I think, some of the regions got shortchanged, and basically we're here for the blue ribbon waters in the state. And if we don't hear these regions and what's going on with their blue ribbon waters, we don't know what's going on. And when we go, when it comes time to reevaluate or vote on new ones, because we're not going to spend much time with the region reports anymore, personally, I think we're going to be in the dark on a lot of things.
Good comment, Dave. So I think based on the suggestions that are coming out, I'll look at this at the next agenda and probably send the regions maybe a little bit more structure on it. But I think, there's some consensus that we like the idea of having a focus region every meeting who gives that's 5 meetings, or we do double up one meeting. We could look at it. Have a focus region who gives, I'd say, maybe a 20-30 minute presentation about what's going on in their blue ribbon waters. And then I could maybe work with the regions on a definite structure of the rest of their presentations. It would be a shorter presentation, but, as they're kind of verbally going through things, make sure they talk about each blue ribbon fishery and, hit these kind of details with it. So there's some kind of structure to it that we're hitting those points as efficiently as possible. And we could look at the 5th meeting down the road, but as I build the agenda for the next meeting, I will definitely make sure we're given adequate time for those regional reports, because I'm hearing from all the Blue Ribbon members that you value those reports and you want to make sure that you're still getting that information and we're not shortchanging that information. Anything else from anyone?
In the notes that I sent out, if you have a summary sheet of the hours that you spent on Blue Ribbon, would you make sure that you get those to Randy today so that those could get entered in? You can pass that down for me.
Yes, I totally forgot about that. Thanks for bringing that up, Rex. So yes, and I don't need it today. I turn this stuff in at the end of the year.
Okay.
But I just want, the end of the fiscal year, so I'm talking June 30th.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm kind of asking people, it's far easier to stay on top of it and, get your stuff to me. So you could shoot me an email with your hours. You could save it for the whole year if you want, but that's a lot more entry on my end and a lot more you having to keep track of things throughout the entire year. But I was thinking with every meeting, if you somehow got your hours to me, whether it's handwritten on a sheet or emailed to me, what I could do is I can just enter those. I've got kind of a spreadsheet that I've got to keep track of for that stuff. Yeah, Jamie, see your hands up.
As far as the presentations from the regions, I don't know what's best, but I just like to say that I truly enjoy hearing what's going on in the waters. And when I listen to the presentations, I hear a lot of pride from those individuals who are giving those presentations. They're putting their their heart into getting these things done. And, you know, I certainly wouldn't want to cut their opportunity to brag. You know, they have reason to brag, and I sure want to hear it.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. This is kind of a bragging opportunity. The regions do great work, and they get to show off their waters, and I think they like doing that. But it's also good for everyone to see what's going on statewide. Yeah, go for it, Jordan.
I was a blue ribbon biologist, and so yeah, they have lots of reason to brag, but I'm not here to listen to bragging. I'm here to listen to information about blue ribbon waters, whether we should be keeping them on the list, how we should be funding projects, and accomplishing a task list. So I think our promotional stuff, our Facebook posts, whatever we want to do, however we want them to report out is how we promote them and let them brag.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm thinking, Jordan's down the road, you know, we might have a focus region. The other regions I may give kind of a talking bullet point list that hits on some of the things that, you know, fishing, things like that, but also has a heavy focus on the blue ribbon stuff, the promotion, what's going on, funding, that kind of thing. So
I think it helps me to hear some of the stuff, though, that's going on. So as we get into being able to fund them and stuff, I at least have a feeling for what's going on and why.
yeah.
Totally agree, Rex.
Okay. Any other comments from anyone? Again, we'll keep tweaking this. You know, I think this is going to take us a year to really hit our groove on doing this. I think this meeting went pretty well, but you know, we'll keep having these discussions and try to adapt what we're doing to make a functional meeting. I do have hats. I totally forgot. So I don't know if we talked about it, but Rex and I talked about getting everyone hats, and I've got the hats. They're in my office. I just totally spaced bringing them down.
So if you showed up in person today, you get to take it home today, and we'll just make sure as you show up that you will get one. But it has the blue ribbon logo on it. It's pretty nice looking hat. So when you're out in the field and interacting with people, the division folks have division shirts. People know who you belong to. But when you start walking up just from blue ribbon and you're going, yeah, so what were you using? How was your experience? They sometimes are a little hesitant to share that information. And so we just thought maybe this would give an identifying thing that you didn't have to wear a badge or anything like that. So we have, if you'll give us a minute, we'll make sure you can, at least when you're out in the field, when you walk up to somebody, they'll know, oh, there is some connection to what we're doing, and it might make the information flow just a little easier.
I think what we'll do, Rex, is we could chirp up to my office, or I could bring them down. I don't care. There's two of them because there's a little story. We ordered them through the prison, and then the prison messed up. They printed on the wrong hat, I think. Yeah. And they gave us the wrong hat for free, and they gave us the right hat. So we've got like two colors, I think. So we got twice as many hats that we expected. But what I'll do is I've also got shirts. Many of you have shirts. You see Rex wearing a shirt. If you're a Blue Ribbon member and don't have a shirt, let me know as well. And what I think I'll do for the people online is I will take pictures of the hats and the shirts and email you and just say, I've got these shirts and, you know, these hats, and you could just tell me. And then what I'll do is I'll work through our administrative assistant and just mail them to those people. So, yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Is there anything else that needs to come before us? We're actually a minute or two early, so if you'll just wait here a minute, do you want us to go up to your office? How about easier, Randy?
I'll just run upstairs, go grab the boxes, and bring them down. It's easy enough.
So if we'll do that, if there's anything from anybody that's online that you want to bring up, if not, I think we'll bring this to a close, and thank you all for the time and the effort that you put into it. And again, Cal, thank you for an excellent presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Calvin. I know you had to put a lot of work with all the waters being in your region this year, but it was great. Good job getting your stuff together.
Oh, thank you, guys. Sorry I wasn't there in person, but that canyon was a mess this morning and wasn't going to chance it, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I saw a picture. It didn't look very nice, so.
Yeah, I got to drive that a week or so ago and on the way to Kansas, and it was not friendly. So thank you all, and we are clear.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Larry.
Okay.